Story 1. My sister used me as a free babysitter until the day I found her baby shivering from the cold on my doorstep. Before continuing the story, let us know in the comments which city you're watching from. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell for you won't miss more stories, and leave your like on the video. I should have seen it coming. When my sister announced her pregnancy at 23, the family acted like she just won the lottery. My mother threw a parade. Meanwhile, I was 28, engaged to someone Marcus in Germany, building a career, and somehow I was still the disappointing one. That's how it had always been. My sister could set the kitchen on fire making toast, and my mother would praise her for trying. I could cure cancer and get asked why I hadn't done it sooner. The dynamic was set since childhood. My sister was the baby, the princess needing protection. I was the responsible one who existed to make everyone else's life easier. When she crashed my mother's car at 17, I got lectured for not driving her more. When she dropped out of college after one semester, I should have been more supportive. The babysitting appeared before the baby was even born. Color-coded, laminated, Tuesdays and Thursdays after work, every other weekend, all major holidays. Family should be together. At Sunday dinner, I stared at it for 5 minutes. I didn't agree to this, I said. My sister barely looked up from her phone. Mom said you'd help. I said you'd help. My mother added with that smile that wasn't a smile. Family helps family, Rowan. Or did you forget that while planning your fancy European life? The fancy European life being my fiancé's job offer that I'd been agonizing over for months. Marcus had been offered a senior position at his company's headquarters in Berlin with a salary that would let us finally stop worrying about money. Buy a house, maybe start our own family someday. We were supposed to move after the wedding in 8 months. I'd mentioned it at family dinners because every time I did, my mother got this look like I'd announced plans to join a cult and abandon everything good and pure about American values. I have a job, I started. Yeah, and I'm going to have a baby. Babies are harder than jobs. You can do your job during the day. I need help at night. I didn't say I wouldn't help sometimes, I said. But this is 2 evenings a week and every other weekend. That's a part-time job. That's family. My mother interrupted. This is how family works. I need to think about this, I said. What's to think about? My sister asked. You don't have kids. Your job is just sitting at a computer. Marcus isn't even in the country. Why are you being so selfish about this? Selfish? Because wanting to maintain my own life, my own schedule, my own autonomy was selfish. That was the moment to hold my ground, but I didn't. I said I'd think about it, which everyone at that table meant yes. The social media post went up that night. Professional photo. So blessed to have the most amazing sister who's already committed to helping me raise this little angel. My phone exploded with comments. I'd been boxed into a corner. I called her immediately. Music pumped in the background. Take it down because I never agreed to regular babysitting. I never said Tuesday and Thursday. I never said any of this. You're telling the entire family that I committed to something I haven't committed to. She laughed. Actually laughed. Oh my God. Rowan, why do you have to make everything difficult? It's just a few hours a week. Normal people help their siblings. Normal people don't freak out over a Facebook post. Normal people ask before volunteering someone else's entire life. I'm not volunteering your life. I'm asking for help. There's a difference. You're not asking. You're announcing. There's a difference. The music in the background got louder, and I heard male voices laughing. She was at a party, 7 months pregnant and at a party. Look, I can't deal with this drama right now, she said. The post stays up. If you want to look like a terrible person by backing out now, that's your choice. But everyone already knows you said yes. She hung up. I'd been manipulated into free childcare through weaponized social media. The baby came in early March. My sister went into labor at 3 o'clock in the morning and demanded I come immediately. When I arrived, she was scrolling through her phone between contractions, arguing with the father about the delivery room. They'd broken up a month earlier. He'd showed up anyway, holding a stuffed elephant. She called security. He left. Bean was born at 7:42 that morning, 6 pounds. 11 ounces. My sister took one look at him and handed him back to the nurse. I should explain the name. Bean isn't his real name. I'm not using his actual name for privacy reasons, and Bean is what I called him from the start because he was tiny and wrinkly. His father uses it too now. I'm tired, my sister said. Someone else deal with him for a while. I held Bean for the first time in that hospital room while my sister slept. He was tiny and red and wrinkly, already looking furious at being born into this family. My mother showed up at 10 o'clock with flowers and balloons and enough baby clothes for triplets, posting everything to social media before my sister woke. The first emergency babysitting happened when Bean was 3 weeks old. My sister showed up at my apartment at 7 o'clock in the evening with no warning. I have a date, she announced, shoving the bag at me. A date? You just had a baby 3 weeks ago. Exactly. 3 weeks. Do you know how long it's been since I felt like a human being? Do you know how long it's been since I felt attractive or interesting or like anything other than a milk machine? I need this, Rowan. I need to feel normal again. Bean was screaming. My sister was already backing toward the door, car keys in hand, purse on her shoulder. How long? I asked. I don't know. A few hours. I'll text you. She was gone before I could argue. Bean screamed for 4 straight hours. I tried everything. Feeding, changing, walking, bouncing, singing, begging, praying to deities I didn't believe in. Nothing worked. At midnight, I was pacing my apartment with a screaming baby, exhausted and desperate, when my phone finally buzzed. Staying at a friend's tonight. Thanks for watching him. You're the best. Friends, right? I stared at that message for a long moment, Bean still wailing in my arms, and felt something cold settle in my chest. She'd planned this. She'd known she wasn't coming back tonight. She'd dumped her 3-week-old baby on me with no warning and no intention of returning before morning. I called Marcus. 6 a.m. in Berlin. I don't know what I'm doing, I said. She just left him here. He won't stop crying. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know how to help him. I don't know what I'm doing. Breathe, he said. Just breathe. You're doing fine. Babies cry. It doesn't mean you're failing. It feels like failing. I know, but you're not. You're helping. That's what you do. I'm enabling her, I said. That's what I'm doing. I'm making it easy for her to be a bad mother. Maybe. But right now that baby needs someone and you're someone. Focus on that. Bean finally fell asleep at 2 o'clock in the morning, exhausted from crying. I put him down in my bed surrounded by pillows so he couldn't roll off and collapsed on the couch. My sister showed up at noon the next day, hungover, wearing the same clothes, reeking of alcohol and bad decisions. How is he? She asked, scooping Bean up without checking if I was okay, if I'd slept, if I needed anything. He cried for 4 hours straight. Yeah, he does that. Colic or something. The doctor said it'll pass. You could have warned me. I'm warning you now. She was already heading for the door. Thanks for watching him. You're a lifesaver. And she was gone again, leaving me standing in my apartment feeling used and exhausted and angry at myself for not saying no. That should have been my first real warning sign. That should have been the moment I established boundaries, demanded respect, insisted on advance notice and reasonable limits. But family is family, right? That's what I kept telling myself. That's what my mother kept telling me when I complained over Sunday dinner the following week. She's adjusting, my mother said, passing the mashed potatoes. Being a single mother is hard. You need to be supportive. I am being supportive, but she didn't even ask. She shouldn't have to ask. Your family. Family helps automatically. Family doesn't keep score. But my sister was keeping score. Every favor I did was added to a list of things I owed her, ways I'd volunteered to help, commitments I'd apparently made. Every time I hesitated, every time I asked for notice, every time I suggested maybe she should plan better, I was being difficult. I was being unsupportive. I was being selfish. The schedule became real about 2 months in. Tuesday and Thursday evenings turned into Tuesday and Thursday overnights because she needed to focus on her online courses. Ironic and sad and enraging all at once. I started noticing things around month 3. Bean always seemed hungry when she dropped him off, gulping bottles desperately. His diapers were often full to bursting, unchanged for hours, and his clothes were always dirty. He had persistent diaper rash, and he was too quiet, like he'd learned demanding attention didn't work. I mentioned it once, carefully choosing my words at Sunday dinner. Bean seems really hungry when you bring him over. Maybe we should increase his feeding schedule. My sister rolled her eyes so hard I worried they'd get stuck. Oh my God, Rowan. Not everyone is perfect like you. Some of us are surviving. Do you want to criticize me, or do you want to help me? I'm not criticizing. You are. Every time you say something like that, you're telling me I'm a bad mother. You're telling me I can't take care of my own child. Do you know how that feels? My mother jumped in immediately. Rowan, your sister is doing her best. Not everyone has the luxury of a career and a fiancé and all the time in the world. She's struggling. The least you could do is be kind. The way she framed it, there was no good answer. If I criticized, I was being cruel to a struggling single mother. If I helped without comment, I was enabling behavior that made my skin crawl. I chose helping because what else was I supposed to do? Call child services on my own sister? That felt nuclear. That felt like something you couldn't take back. That felt like the kind of thing that would make me the villain in every family story for the rest of my life. I should have called. I really should have called. The first time I saw bruises, Bean was 5 months old. Little finger marks on his upper arms. 4 on one side, 1 on the other, like someone had grabbed him hard. Really hard. The kind of grip that leaves marks on baby skin. I took photos before I said anything. Something told me I might need evidence later. I didn't want to think too hard about why I'd need evidence against my own sister. When I showed her the pictures asking as gently as I could how they'd happened, her response was immediate and defensive. He was squirming during a diaper change and I had to hold him still. Baby squirm, Rowan. It happens. Or did you not know that? Oh wait, you don't have kids, so I guess you wouldn't know. Maybe don't judge things you don't understand. I'm not judging. I'm just asking. You're always just asking, just concerned, just trying to help. But it always comes across as criticism. Like you think you could do better. Like you think I'm failing. I don't think that. I lied because I absolutely did think that. I thought she was failing spectacularly. And I was terrified of what that failure meant for Bean. It didn't feel right. But I also didn't know enough about babies to argue with confidence. Maybe they did bruise easily. Maybe I was overreacting because I'd never liked my sister much to begin with. Maybe the problem was my perception, not her parenting. I took photos anyway, something telling me I might need them later. More photos. Building a file I didn't want to admit I was building. That night, during our nightly video call, I showed Marcus the pictures. His face went through several expressions. Concern, then anger, then carefully controlled neutrality. That doesn't look normal, he said. I don't know what's normal. I've never been around babies before all this. Maybe I'm seeing problems because I'm looking for problems. Or maybe you're seeing problems because there are problems, he said carefully. Rowan, this isn't just about babysitting anymore, is it? I don't know what it's about, I admitted. My apartment suddenly felt too quiet, too cold, too much like a place where bad thoughts lived. I don't know if I'm seeing what's really there or if I'm creating problems because I resent being roped into childcare. I don't know if I'm a concerned aunt or a bitter sister. I don't know anything anymore. Maybe talk to her pediatrician. And say what? Hi, I'm the aunt and I think my sister might be hurting her baby, but I'm not sure and I don't have any real proof. Just a feeling? They won't tell me anything. Privacy laws. And even if they did listen, what if I'm wrong? What if I blow up my entire family over nothing? He was quiet for a moment and I could see him thinking, choosing his words. Just keep the photos. Document everything, just in case. Just in case. Those 2 words haunted me for months. Just in case of what, exactly? Just in case my sister was hurting her baby? Just in case something terrible happened and I needed proof I tried to stop it? Just in case I ended up in court someday explaining why I'd seen warning signs and done nothing? I kept the photos. I started a folder on my phone. Dates, times, observations. Bean arrived hungry at 7:15. Bean's diaper was unchanged for at least 6 hours based on how full it was. Bean had a new bruise on his thigh. Bean flinched when I reached for him too quickly. Bean didn't smile today. Bean cried when I changed his diaper like he'd given up on expecting comfort. Felt paranoid. Felt like I was building a case against my own family. Felt necessary. My sister's ex-boyfriend showed up at my work around month 6. I barely recognized him at first. He looked exhausted, desperate. "I need to talk to you about your sister," he said, and then he told me things that made my stomach turn. Drug use. Heavy drug use throughout the pregnancy and after. He tried getting custody, but without proof, without witnesses, he couldn't get anywhere. The family closed ranks. "I'm telling you because you're around Bean. If something happens, if you notice something, please call someone. Don't assume someone else will handle it." I stood there in the parking lot, keys in hand, trying to process what he'd told me. It aligned too perfectly with things I'd noticed. The erratic behavior, the weight loss, the way she'd sometimes seem manic and energized and other times functional. The mysterious online courses that never seemed to progress. The late nights and unexplained absences. The way Bean always seemed worse after weekends with her. But it also felt like something out of a TV drama. Not something that happened in real families. Not something that happened to people I knew. Not something I could know and then unknow. Watch him. Document things. And if you see something that concerns you, really concerns you, don't hesitate. Don't tell yourself it's not your business or that family handles things internally. Call CPS, call the police, call someone because I'm telling you right now, she's not safe. And eventually, that lack of safety is going to hurt him in ways you can't take back. I called Marcus again that night, after Bean was asleep in my spare bedroom during one of the overnight babysitting shifts. I sat in my dark living room and told him everything Andrew had said. Do you believe him? Maybe. It would explain a lot. What do I do? Watch him. Document. If something scares you, call. That's all you can do. Doesn't feel like enough. It's more than nothing. The holidays were a nightmare. Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. All babysitting while she partied. My mother praised her for taking time for self-care and scolded me for looking stressed. Thanksgiving was particularly bad. My sister dropped Bean off at my apartment on Wednesday evening just for a few hours so she could prep food for the family dinner the next day. Those few hours turned into overnight, then all of Thursday morning. She finally showed up at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 4 hours after dinner was supposed to start, with nothing prepared. I couldn't find turkey anywhere, she said. Like this was a reasonable excuse. All the stores were closed. It's Thanksgiving, my mother said, but her tone was gentle, understanding. Of course the stores are closed. We should have planned better. Don't worry, honey. We'll make do. I'd spent the morning trying to soothe the fussy baby, while also making green bean casserole and sweet potatoes because my mother had asked me to contribute despite knowing I had been. When I arrived late because Bean had a diaper blowout right as we were leaving, my mother frowned. You could have been on time, she said. Family dinner is important. I had been all night. I've been trying to, and your sister needed that break. She's been working so hard. The least you could do is be understanding about it. Christmas was worse. My sister announced 2 weeks before the holiday that she'd need me to watch Bean on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day because she had important plans. When I asked what plans, she got defensive. Does it matter? I'm allowed to have a life, Rowan. I'm allowed to do things. Just because I have a kid doesn't mean I have to give up everything. I'm not saying give up everything. I'm saying maybe plan around the actual holiday. Maybe spend Christmas with your child. Oh, so now you're the expert on parenting? You who doesn't have kids and doesn't understand what it's like? You who gets to live your perfect little life while judging everyone else? My mother jumped in before I could respond. Rowan, you're being unfair. Your sister deserves to enjoy the holidays, too. We're all family. We all help each other. That's what family means. So I spent Christmas Eve and Christmas morning with Bean, watching him crawl around my apartment, trying to keep him entertained with wrapping paper and bows since my sister hadn't bought him any presents. I bought him things myself. Soft toys, board books, a little musical elephant that played lullabies. When my sister picked him up on Christmas afternoon to attend family dinner, she saw the toys. "You didn't need to do all that," she said, but she took them anyway, adding them to her car like they'd been her purchases all along. At dinner, she accepted praise from relatives for being such a thoughtful mother, for choosing such perfect gifts, for knowing exactly what babies like. I said nothing. What could I say? That she'd left her 8-month-old alone on Christmas morning? That she hadn't bought him a single present? That I was subsidizing her motherhood in addition to providing free child care? It would make me look petty. It would make me look bitter. It would confirm everything my family already thought about me. That I was jealous, difficult, incapable of being supportive without keeping score. My fiancé couldn't come for the holidays. Visa timing meant he had to stay in Germany until after New Year's. We'd been planning for me to visit him in February. A 2-week trip that would be our last long visit before the wedding in June. I'd bought the tickets 6 months in advance. Requested the time off work. Mentioned it to my family approximately 75 times in various conversations. My sister scheduled herself a beach vacation for the exact same 2 weeks. "Perfect timing," my mother said cheerfully when my sister announced it at Sunday dinner in January. "Rowan can watch Bean while you recharge. You really need this, sweetie. You've been so stressed." "I'm going to Germany," I said flatly. "I have plane tickets. I've had them for 6 months. I've told you about this trip at least a dozen times." "Oh, but you can go anytime. Your sister needs this now. She's been dealing with so much. Her mental health is suffering. Surely Marcus would understand. Surely he'd want you to help family." "I haven't seen Marcus in person in 4 months. We're getting married in 5 months. This trip is important." My sister looked up from her phone, where she'd been scrolling through resort photos. "So you're saying your vacation is more important than my well-being? You're saying spending time with your fiancé, who you talk to every single day, is more important than helping me avoid a mental breakdown?" "I'm saying I made plans first. I'm saying you knew about my trip and scheduled your vacation anyway. I'm saying you need to find other childcare." "There is no other childcare." Her voice rose, drawing attention from my mother who'd been in the kitchen. "You think I have options? You think I have money for a nanny or someone I trust? Your family. You're supposed to help. That's what family does." "What I'm doing isn't help anymore," I said, and my voice was shaking. "It's parenthood. I'm doing your job. I'm being Bean's mother more than you are. And I never signed up for that." The silence that followed was deafening. My mother appeared in the doorway, dish towel in hand, face already hardening into disapproval. "How dare you?" she said quietly. "How dare you speak to your sister like that? She's struggling. She's doing her best. And you, with your perfect job and your perfect relationship and your perfect life, you stand there and judge her? You criticize her when she's drowning. She's going on vacation. That's not drowning. Mental health vacations are important. Self-care is important. Or do you not believe in mental health? Is that what this is about?" The argument escalated from there. I said things I'd been holding back for years. About favoritism. About enabling. About refusing to acknowledge that my sister wasn't struggling. She was neglectful. About how I'd been documenting bruises and missed feedings and dirty diapers for months. About how Bean flinched when I moved too quickly. About how this wasn't normal new mother stress. This was something darker. My sister cried. The kind of crying that's meant to be witnessed, meant to evoke sympathy. Loud, dramatic, accompanied by statements like, "I can't believe you think that about me," and "I'm trying so hard," and "You've always hated me." My mother called me selfish, called me cruel, said I was showing my true colors, that I'd always been jealous of my sister, that I'd never been able to be happy for anyone else's success. She brought up childhood incidents, times I'd supposedly been mean or dismissive, rewriting history into a narrative where I'd always been the villain. I left, walked out in the middle of dinner, grabbed my coat and bag and drove home in silence. I didn't speak to either of them for 3 weeks, which was glorious until the guilt started setting in around week 2, because that's how they trained me. That's how they'd always trained me. Set boundaries. Feel guilty. Stand up for yourself. Feel like a monster. Choose your own life. Feel selfish. But I didn't change my tickets. I told my sister she needed to find other childcare. Offered to help her look for daycare options or babysitters. Even said I'd pay for the first month if money was the issue. She refused all of it. I don't want a stranger watching my baby. I don't trust strangers. I only trust family. Then ask Mom. Ask someone else in the family. Mom works. Everyone else works or has their own kids. You're the only one who has time. I don't have time. I have a job and a life and a trip I've been planning for months. Then I guess you're choosing Marcus over your nephew. I guess you're choosing your vacation over family. Don't blame me when Bean grows up not knowing his aunt. Don't blame me when you miss all his milestones because you were too selfish to help when it mattered. The emotional manipulation was textbook. Make me the villain. Make my reasonable boundaries seem like abandonment. Make my refusal to parent her child seem like cruelty to Bean. It almost worked. I almost canceled my trip. Almost called Marcus to explain that I couldn't come. That family needed me. That I had to be responsible. But then I remembered Andrew's words in the parking lot. I remembered the bruises. I remembered Bean's hollow eyes and too quiet demeanor. And I realized that staying wouldn't help Bean. It would just enable my sister to keep neglecting him while I cleaned up her messes. I kept my tickets. I told my sister no. The whole family got involved, taking sides, sending messages, creating drama that could have been avoided if my sister had just asked literally anyone else to watch her child during her vacation. Or canceled her vacation. Or been an actual parent. But she didn't want to be a parent. She wanted someone else to do the hard parts while she got the credit for the cute parts. She wanted free child care from someone she could control through guilt and family obligation. She wanted me to sacrifice my life so she wouldn't have to adjust hers. My boss noticed my stress at work. Called me into her office one afternoon and asked if everything was okay. Family stuff, I said, trying to smile. Just some conflict about boundaries and expectations. She studied me for a moment. You know, boundaries are healthy. People who get angry when you set boundaries are usually angry because they were benefiting from you not having any. I went home and cried for an hour because nobody in my family had ever said anything like that to me. Nobody had ever suggested that my boundaries were reasonable. That my anger was justified. That I wasn't the problem. 3 days before my flight to Germany, everything changed. My sister was leaving for her Caribbean vacation that morning. She'd posted airport selfies the night before, already celebrating her freedom and her early morning flight. She'd told the family she'd arranged childcare. She told my mother everything was handled. I woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning to someone pounding on my door and screaming. Not knocking. Pounding. I opened it expecting fire or flood. Instead, I found Bean. Just Bean. Alone. Sitting on my doormat in the hallway wearing only a diaper and t-shirt. In February. 28 degrees. He was blue. Not crying blue or cold blue. Actually blue. His lips were purple blue. His tiny fingers were gray blue. And he was shaking so hard it looked like he was having a seizure. Eyes unfocused. He wasn't crying anymore. I think he'd been crying so long he'd run out of tears and energy and the will to keep trying. I grabbed him and called 911 immediately. A baby. 10 months old. He was left outside in the cold. He's blue. He's responsive. I think it's hypothermia. My voice sounded weirdly calm considering my hands were shaking so badly I could hold the phone. Is the baby breathing? Yes, but it's shallow. Fast. His skin is ice cold. Keep him warm, but don't use direct heat. Paramedics are on the way. The paramedics arrived within 7 minutes. They assessed Bean quickly, checking his temperature, his responsiveness, his circulation. 91.3 degrees Fahrenheit. Moderate hypothermia. They needed to transport him immediately. Are you the mother? The lead paramedic asked me. I'm his aunt. His mother left him outside my door and went on vacation. The paramedic's expression didn't change, but her partner's jaw tightened. We need to transport him to the ER. He needs controlled rewarming and monitoring. Can you come with us? I grabbed my phone, my keys, my wallet, and climbed into the ambulance. While they worked on Bean during the short ride to the hospital, I pulled up my building security camera app. For 31 in the morning, my sister's car pulled up to the building. I recognized it immediately, the silver sedan with the dent on the passenger side from when she'd backed into a pole and blamed the parking lot layout. For 32, she got out, opened the back door, grabbed Bean from his car seat. He was crying on the footage, his mouth open in a wail I couldn't hear but could imagine. She didn't comfort him, didn't kiss his head, didn't whisper that it would be okay. She just carried him like a bag of groceries. For 33, she walked him to my building's entrance, set him down outside my door and walked away. Didn't knock, didn't ring the bell, didn't wait to make sure I heard him, didn't check if anyone else was in the hallway, just left him there and drove off while he cried. Then she drove straight to the airport. I checked her social media, posted at 5:47 a.m., airport vibes. 2 weeks of paradise, here I come. He'd been alone in that hallway for 29 minutes. In February, in a diaper and t-shirt, crying and freezing and alone, not understanding why someone had left him, not understanding that he was in danger, just knowing that he was cold and scared and nobody was coming. While his mother was taking selfies in the airport security line. At the hospital, they admitted Bean immediately. Core temperature rewarming protocol, cardiac monitoring, watch for complications. The ER doctor, a woman in her 50s with kind eyes and no-nonsense energy, pulled me aside after the initial assessment. This child could have died. Another 20 or 30 minutes and we'd be looking at severe hypothermia, possibly cardiac arrest. In an infant this young, those outcomes are often fatal. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Yes. I'm required by law to report this. Hospital social worker will be here soon and they'll likely contact Child Protective Services. You should know that's happening. Good. I said, call them. Please call them. She looked at me for a long moment. You're not trying to protect the mother? I'm trying to protect him. That's all I care about right now. Bean was in the hospital for 28 hours. They kept him for observation, monitoring his heart, his temperature, checking for frostbite damage to his tiny fingers and toes. Miraculously, there was none. He'd been found just in time. I stayed with him the entire time, sleeping in the uncomfortable chair beside his crib, watching him gradually return to normal temperature and normal color. Marcus arrived at the hospital at midnight on the second day, having caught the first available flight. He walked into that hospital room looking exhausted and worried, saw me beside Bean's crib and just held me while I finally let myself cry. Child Protective Services came to the hospital the next morning. The case worker, a tired-looking woman in her 40s named Patricia, interviewed me for 2 hours. I showed her everything, the security footage, the photos of bruises from previous months, the documentation I'd been keeping, the timeline of increasing neglect. Where's the mother now? Patricia asked. On a Caribbean vacation. She left yesterday morning, posted about it on social media. I can show you. I pulled up my sister's Instagram. Photos of the beach, photos of tropical drinks, a video of her laughing with friends at a poolside bar. The timestamp was from 3 hours ago. Her son was in the hospital recovering from hypothermia she'd caused, and she was doing shots by a pool. Patricia's expression went very still. Does she know he's in the hospital? I've called 13 times, texted 8 times. No response. Marcus called. Rowan. His voice was firm. You just found a baby dying on your doorstep. You called the authorities on your own sister. You're about to face hell from your entire family. I'm not leaving you alone for this. I'm coming. He hung up to book tickets. He arrived 12 hours later, exhausted and wrinkled and perfect, having taken emergency leave and a red-eye flight and 3 different connections to get to me as fast as humanly possible. He walked through my door, dropped his bag, and held me while I cried for the first time since finding Bean on my doorstep. I keep seeing him, I said into Marcus's shoulder. I keep seeing how blue he was. I keep thinking about what would have happened if I'd slept through the noise, if I'd been out of town, if I'd decided to ignore it. He would have died there, in that hallway alone. But he didn't, Marcus said firmly. You heard him. You saved him. You did everything right. My family is going to hate me. Your family should hate your sister. The fact that they won't is not your problem to fix. I tried calling my sister 13 more times that day, sent texts, sent emails, left voicemails that ranged from concerned to angry to desperate. Nothing. Complete silence. Like she'd dropped Bean off and then fallen off the face of the earth. She finally texted back at 7 o'clock in the evening. Not a phone call. Not even a concerned message. Just at the beach. What's up? At the beach. Her child had nearly died of exposure on my doorstep at 4 o'clock in the morning. And she was at the beach, posting selfies in a bikini, drinking cocktails with little umbrellas, living her best life while her baby was in emergency foster care, being evaluated for hypothermia and chronic neglect. I stared at that emoji for a solid minute, feeling something cold settle in my chest, something that felt like the last thread of familial obligation snapping, something that felt like I'd finally seen her clearly. I texted back. Bean was hypothermic when you abandoned him at my door at 4:30 this morning. CPS has him now. He nearly died. The response came back in seconds. A flurry of messages that lit up my phone like fireworks. What? I was coming back. It was an emergency. I had to leave right then. You called CPS? You called CPS on me? I can't believe you would do this. You're destroying our family. Mom is going to hear about this. Everyone is going to know what you did. You're going to regret this. Then about 40 more messages I didn't read because the caseworker had called to tell me Bean was in emergency foster care, and would I be available for an interview tomorrow? And could I bring any additional documentation I had? And did I know the identity of the father, because they'd found no record of paternity establishment, and the mother wasn't being cooperative about providing information? I canceled my Germany trip. My fiancé, bless him, said he'd stay as long as I needed. His company let him work remotely for a while, and he set up in my spare bedroom with his laptop and a terrible time zone schedule, making coffee at midnight for morning meetings and crashing at weird hours. You know I'm supposed to be with you in Germany right now? I said one night, finding him on a video call at 2 o'clock in the morning. He muted himself and turned to me. You're going through something. Where else would I be? The investigation moved faster than I expected. CPS doesn't mess around when there's video evidence of child endangerment. Within 3 days, they'd interviewed everyone. My sister was required to take a drug test as part of the investigation. She failed. Cocaine. Present in amounts that suggested regular, recent use. When retested, same result. The day after the test results came back, my sister's ex showed up at my apartment again. This time he had a manila folder stuffed with papers. I've been documenting everything for 2 years. Every missed visit, every concerning text, every custody attempt that failed. I didn't have anyone who'd testify. Now you're on my side. Maybe we can protect him. I gave all of it to the caseworker. Looking back, I wonder if I should have felt guilty about that, about essentially helping to build a case against my own sister. I didn't. I felt relieved. The family reaction was immediate and explosive. My phone rang 67 times in one day. My mother showed up at my work, causing enough of a scene that security had to escort her out. Cousins I knew sent messages calling me a traitor. An uncle I hadn't seen in 5 years told me I was going to hell. The social media campaign was particularly creative. My sister posted a long, tearful rant about how her sister had stolen her baby because she was jealous, how I'd always hated her, how I'd made false reports to CPS because I couldn't have children of my own and wanted to ruin her life. None of that was true, but truth doesn't matter much when people want drama. The post got shared hundreds of times. I received death threats, actual death threats from strangers who believed my sister's version of events. Someone found my work email and sent graphic descriptions of what I deserved for destroying a family. My fiancé started documenting everything. Screenshots, saved voicemails, printed out messages. We're building our own file, he said grimly, organizing it all into folders. If this escalates, we need records. It escalated. The restraining order came 2 weeks after Bean was removed from my sister's care. 3 days after, she violated it. I was leaving work when she appeared in the parking lot. screaming about how I'd ruined her life. Security intercepted her. She was arrested on the spot. My mother was arrested, too. She'd been driving, waiting around the corner. When my sister was detained, my mother tried driving away and nearly hit a pedestrian. Both spent a night in jail. Both blamed me for it. My mother made bail the next morning. She took a plea deal 2 weeks later, 12 months probation, anger management classes, and her own restraining order prohibiting contact with me. The judge made it clear that any further involvement in harassment would result in jail time. The locksmith came to my apartment the next day to change all my locks. The security company came the day after to install cameras. Marcus went with me everywhere, including to the bathroom at restaurants, because we didn't know who might be following me or when the next confrontation would happen. I found the listening devices a week later. A small black rectangle professionally installed. We found 3 more. 1 in my bedroom, 1 in the kitchen, 1 in the bathroom. The attempted break-in happened before we could fully investigate who'd planted them. 3 a.m. someone trying to pick my lock. My uncle. The camera caught everything. Him crouched at my door with lock picks, muttering to himself, clearly drunk or high or both. Police arrived in 6 minutes and arrested him. He had a key. My old key my sister had given him. That's how the devices got installed. He'd let himself in while I was at work, planted them, left. He was charged with breaking and entering, criminal trespass for the earlier entry, and illegal surveillance. Plea deal: 18 months probation, mandatory substance abuse treatment, permanent restraining order. The judge handling Bean's case was not impressed by any of it. She extended restraining orders to include anyone acting as my sister's agent. This is one of the more disturbing patterns I've seen. This family sees retaliation as more important than the child's welfare. My new apartment had security that actually worked. Keycard entry, cameras everywhere, front desk attendant 24/7. Gave the address only to my boss, attorney, and Marcus. My fiancé had to go back to Germany for work. His visa had run out, his remote work arrangement was ending, and his company needed him on site. We both knew it was coming, but it still felt like losing my security blanket. "I'm starting your visa application immediately," he said at the airport, holding both my hands. "I'm getting you out of here as soon as legally possible." "The custody hearing is in 3 weeks," I said. "I have to testify." "I know. Right after that, we're getting you out." He kissed me, boarded his plane, and I drove back to my fortress apartment alone. The custody hearing was scheduled for 11 o'clock in the morning on a Thursday in late May. I'd been coached by the attorney CPS assigned to Bean's case, knew what questions to expect, knew what to wear, professional but approachable, knew to look at the judge when speaking and keep my answers direct and factual. What I wasn't prepared for was seeing Bean. The courtroom was formal and cold, all wood paneling and uncomfortable chairs. My sister sat at one table with her public defender, my mother in the gallery behind her. Bean's father sat at another table with his attorney and a CPS representative. I sat in the witness area, waiting to be called. When the father walked in with Bean in his arms, the entire room went quiet. Bean looked completely different. Pink cheeks, clean clothes, trimmed hair. He was smiling, actually smiling, reaching for things with curiosity. The father testified first. He talked about the 2 years he'd spent trying to get custody, the thousands of dollars he'd spent on lawyers and drug tests and court fees. He talked about paying child support every single month, even when he wasn't allowed to see his son. He talked about building a nursery in his apartment that sat empty for months, buying clothes and toys and books for visits that never happened because my sister would cancel or not show up or claim he was dangerous without any evidence. I knew something was wrong, but no one would listen. My turn came after lunch. I testified about finding Bean on my doorstep, his blue fingers, 29 minutes alone in the cold. "What made you decide to call CPS that morning?" "Because I realized I'd been making excuses for months," I said. I'd seen bruises and told myself babies bruise easily. I'd seen him hungry and told myself she was just busy. I'd heard about drug use and told myself it was probably exaggerated. But when I found him alone in the hallway, barely conscious from cold, abandoned by someone who was supposed to protect him, I couldn't make excuses anymore. I had to choose between protecting my sister's feelings and protecting a child's life. Was that a difficult choice? It should have been, I said quietly. I regret not calling sooner. They played the security footage in a courtroom on a screen. For 32 in the morning, grainy but clear enough. My sister carrying Bean to my door and walking away while he cried. The sound was off, but you could see him crying. You could see her not look back. The judge's expression didn't change, but her knuckles went white on her pen. My sister's attorney tried to break me down on cross-examination. Wasn't I jealous of my sister? Hadn't I always resented her? Wasn't I trying to steal her child because I didn't have my own? Wasn't this all motivated by petty sibling rivalry? No, I said to each question. This is about a child who was left to die. Nothing else matters. The surprise witness came right before closing arguments. A woman from high school, my sister's friend. She'd found my sister unconscious from overdose 8 months earlier. Bean in his crib in a soaked diaper surrounded by filth. Clearly there for hours. I called 911, she said. They came and took her to the hospital. They said she'd overdosed. I thought they'd investigate, that Bean would be checked on, but nothing happened. No one followed up. So I called CPS myself, but without my name attached because I was scared of retaliation. Why come forward now? The attorney asked. Because I've been watching the news coverage. I've been watching her paint this picture like she's a victim, like her sister is lying, like none of this is real, and I couldn't stay quiet anymore. That baby almost died that day. He almost died again in February. How many times does he have to almost die before we stop letting it happen? My sister lost her composure then. She stood up screaming at the witness, screaming at me, screaming at everyone. Her attorney tried to calm her down. The judge threatened to hold her in contempt. My mother was crying in the gallery. It was chaos. Security removed my sister from the courtroom. The judge delivered her ruling without preamble. I am awarding full physical and legal custody to the father, effective immediately. The mother will serve 8 months in county jail for child endangerment and violating a protective order, to be followed by 5 years probation. She will complete substance abuse treatment and parenting classes before even being considered for supervised visitation. The maternal grandmother will face separate charges for her role in the harassment campaign. This case represents one of the most clear-cut examples of child endangerment and family dysfunction I have encountered. My sister started screaming again from the hallway where security was holding her. My mother collapsed in her seat sobbing. The father was crying too, but holding Bean close, protective, like he was afraid someone would take him away again. The judge looked directly at me. Ms. Rowan, I want to thank you for your courage in coming forward. You may have saved this child's life. I nodded, not trusting my voice, and left through the side exit the bailiff showed me. The aftermath should have felt like victory, felt more like exhaustion. My sister was remanded to custody immediately to begin her sentence. My mother made bail on her charges, but was ordered to stay away from me pending trial. The rest of the family went quiet, either embarrassed by the court revelations or finally realizing their harassment campaign could land them in jail. 2. Bean went home with his father that day. I got photos sometimes, sent by the caseworker who'd become something like a friend through all of this. Bean in a high chair eating spaghetti. Bean at a park on a swing. Bean asleep in a bed that looked soft and warm and safe. 3 months after the hearing, the father called me. Bean's father, I should say, since that's who he really was. I wanted you to know, he said, that I'm putting you down as emergency contact. If something happens to me, I want you to have custody, not her family, not the state, You're the one who saved him. I didn't know what to say to that. Still don't, honestly. I don't want to replace her, he continued. I don't want Bean to not know his mother when he's older, but I want him to know that there's a difference between biology and family. I want him to know that you chose to protect him when no one else would. That matters. Thank you, I managed, for letting me be part of his life. Thank you, he said, for giving him a chance at a life worth being part of. The second custody crisis came out of nowhere in September. Bean's father was in a serious car accident, T-boned by someone running a red light. Broken ribs, punctured lung, fractured pelvis. Months of recovery ahead. CPS called me on a Thursday afternoon. Would I be willing to take temporary custody while he recovered? The alternative was foster care with strangers, which seemed cruel after everything Bean had been through. I said yes. What else could I say? I'd moved on from hoping for a quiet life about 6 months ago. Bean came to stay with me the next day. He didn't remember me, not really. He'd been too young when everything happened. But kids are resilient. He adjusted to the new apartment, the new routine, the new person feeding him and putting him to bed. His father video called every single night from his hospital bed. Even when he was clearly exhausted and in pain, reading bedtime stories through the phone screen. The family found out I had been within a week. I still don't know how. The address was supposed to be confidential. The custody arrangement was supposed to be private. But somehow they knew. The attempted kidnapping happened at Bean's daycare. My uncle again, sober this time, with a forged letter claiming there was a family emergency and he needed to pick Bean up immediately. The daycare director, bless her, asked for ID and called me to verify before releasing him. When she told him no, he tried to grab Bean anyway and run. He was arrested in the parking lot still carrying Bean, who was screaming. The director called me, the police, and CPS in that order. By the time I got there, my uncle was in handcuffs and Bean was safe but terrified. CPS moved to make my temporary custody more formal after that. My sister, from prison, somehow filed motions to block it. My mother hired a lawyer and tried to get custody herself, despite her pending charges. The whole family seemed to think they were entitled to Bean just because of blood, regardless of the mountains of evidence showing why that would be dangerous. The judge shot them all down at a hearing I didn't even attend. My attorney called to tell me the outcome. She said, and I quote, "This family has demonstrated a pattern of prioritizing their own desires over the child's safety at every turn. This court will not reward that behavior with access. Your custody is extended through the father's recovery period." Bean spent 4 months with me. 4 months of daycare drop-offs and bedtime stories and teaching him to use a spoon and cleaning up more spilled juice than I thought was physically possible. 4 months of video calls with his father, who healed slowly but steadily, working his way from bed to wheelchair to walker to cane. It was exhausting. It was terrifying. It was also kind of beautiful in a way I hadn't expected. Watching Bean learn to trust again. Watching him laugh without that careful edge I'd seen before. Watching him run to me when he fell down instead of crying silently like he used to. When his father was finally cleared to have him back, Bean cried. Not because he didn't want to see his father. He ran to him immediately, hugging his legs carefully. But when it was time for me to leave, Bean held onto my hand and said, "Stay." That one word broke something in me I didn't know was still fragile. "I'll visit," I promised. "I'll visit lots." His father smiled at me over Bean's head. This understanding look that said he got it. "We're family now," he said. "Not because of her, despite her. You're always welcome." The final hearing happened in October, 8 months after I'd found Bean on my doorstep. Termination of parental rights hearing, official and permanent. This wasn't about custody anymore. This was about legally severing the connection forever. The courtroom had a different energy this time, less dramatic, more bureaucratic. The judge had a thick file in front of her, 8 months of documentation, incident reports, psychological evaluations, drug tests, everything that had happened compiled into one damning record. My sister appeared by video conference from the county jail where she was serving her 8-month sentence. Thinner, older, orange jumpsuit instead of designer clothes. "I want full custody when I get out. He's my son. I have rights." None of this would have happened if my sister hadn't interfered. She made me look bad. She turned everyone against me. I was just stressed and needed help. The judge's tone went arctic. "Ms., I have reviewed your case extensively. This court has documentation of abandonment in life-threatening conditions, positive drug tests, violation of protective orders, coordination of harassment and assault, and absolutely zero demonstration of remorse or accountability. In my 23 years on the bench, I have rarely seen a clearer case for permanent termination of parental rights. But he is a child who deserves safety. You have proven repeatedly and definitively that you cannot provide that. Your parental rights are hereby permanently terminated. You will have no contact with the child until he reaches 18 years of age. At that point, if he chooses to reach out, that will be his decision. This ruling is final and not subject to appeal given the overwhelming evidence of endangerment. The gavel came down. The video connection cut off mid-protest. The courtroom was quiet. My mother tried to file an appeal anyway. It was denied within a week. She tried to get grandparent visitation rights, also denied. The family sent a few more threatening messages, but they tapered off after November. Turns out people lose interest in harassment campaigns when there are actual legal consequences and the holidays are approaching. Marcus' visa came through in December, just in time for a quiet Christmas that felt more peaceful than any holiday I'd had in years. We got married in January at the courthouse. A simple ceremony with my boss as witness and the building security guard who'd become kind of a friend over the past year. No family, no drama. Just us signing papers and promising things we meant. We moved to Germany in March, almost exactly 1 year after Bean was born. New country, new language to learn, new job for me, new life for both of us. I send emails to Bean's father regularly asking how everything is going, getting updates and photos in return. Bean is 3 now. It's been about a year since we moved to Germany and life feels almost normal. In the photos he's tall for his age, all knees and elbows and endless energy. He plays at a small daycare where, according to his father, he's the kid who shares his snacks with everyone. He loves dinosaurs and trucks and making sound effects for everything. He has friends. He laughs constantly. He looks happy in a way that feels complete, not fragile or temporary. His father sends pictures from birthday parties and school events and random Tuesday afternoons. Bean blowing out candles, Bean showing off a painting he made, Bean asleep on the couch with a book on his chest. Normal kid things, safe kid things. I haven't heard from my sister in over a year. My mother sends occasional emails that I don't read. The rest of the family has moved on to other drama, other targets. Sometimes I wonder if they even remember what they put us all through or if they've rewritten it in their heads into some version where they're the victims. It doesn't matter anymore. For so long I was waiting for the next crisis, the next confrontation, the next thing to go wrong. Now I'm just living, working a job I like, married to someone who proved he'd stand by me through literal attacks, learning German badly, making friends slowly, building a life that has nothing to do with the chaos I left behind. I still have nightmares sometimes. Finding Bean on my doorstep, his blue fingers, not crying anymore because he'd given up, the security footage of my sister walking away, the bruises, the empty look in his eyes. But then I check my email and there's a new photo. Bean at the park, mid-laugh, being pushed on a swing by his father, rosy-cheeked and whole and safe. It was worth it. Every threat, every sleepless night, every court appearance. He's okay now. That's the thing about families I've learned. The ones you're born into aren't always the ones that matter. Sometimes family is the people who choose to protect you when protection matters more than blood. Sometimes family is the ex-boyfriend who kept meticulous records for 2 years. Sometimes it's the daycare director who didn't fall for the forged note. Sometimes it's the judge who saw truth. Sometimes it's the father who rebuilt his life around his son's safety. And sometimes it's the aunt who found a baby on her doorstep and decided that some things are more important than keeping the peace. I'm okay with being that person. Last week Bean's father sent me a video. Bean riding a bike with training wheels, wobbling and laughing. He stopped and looked at the camera. "Did Aunt Rowan see?" he asked. "I did it," his father texted after. "He asks about you constantly. Wants to know when you're visiting. You're family to him. I'm saving up for plane tickets. Maybe this summer. Maybe we'll take Bean to the park or the zoo or just let him run around showing off how high he can jump. Maybe his father and my husband will trade parenting stories while Bean tells me everything he knows about dinosaurs, which according to his last video call is a million billion things. Maybe it won't feel like the end of a nightmare anymore. Maybe it'll just feel like a regular Saturday with family, The kind of boring normal that I never thought I'd get to have. That would be nice. After everything, boring and normal sounds perfect. Now on to the next story. Story 2. My best friends thought it was funny to book the worst room in the hotel for me without knowing the hotel was mine. You know when people underestimate you so much they don't even realize what they're doing? Well, that was always my story. Camila, the quiet one of the group, the one who always agreed with everything, the one who never complained about anything. At least that's how my friends had seen me for 15 years. When we arrived at the Paradiso Resort on that sunny Thursday in March, I already knew something was wrong. The way Rachel, Julia, and Amanda whispered during the trip. How they avoided my gaze when talking about the rooms. How they laughed at jokes I didn't understand. They had spent weeks planning our birthday trip, supposedly to celebrate my 30th birthday. But when we went to check in, I discovered that while they got Ocean View Suites on the 10th floor, I had been gifted with a room on the ground floor overlooking the parking lot. Oh, Cammy. It was hilarious. Rachel laughed, tossing her platinum blonde hair back. That laugh I'd known since college. The laugh she gave when she was being especially cruel. We thought it would be such a funny joke. You've always been so humble, so detached from material things. You'll love a simpler little room. More your vibe. Julia completed, holding the arm of the rich boyfriend she'd brought. Some guy named Eduardo she'd met on some app and couldn't stop showing off. Besides, you're always saying you don't care about these luxury things. That what matters is being with friends. Now you can prove it wasn't just lip service. Amanda just smiled. That smile I'd known since we were coworkers 10 years ago. The smile she made when she was being especially cruel and wanted to seem innocent. And honey, let's face it, you wouldn't be able to afford a suite anyway. It's already a miracle you managed to come on the trip. I took the key with a sweet smile, the same submissive smile I'd practiced for years. How sweet of you to think of me. Always so thoughtful. My voice came out meek, resigned, as it always did when they teased me. They exchanged glances with that look of satisfaction. The look of someone who had just done a good deed for a less fortunate person. What they didn't know, what they never wanted to know, is that I was mentally noting every word, every little laugh, every look of superiority. Because, you see, there's something my dear friends never knew about me. I wasn't just Camila, the marketing consultant who shared an apartment with two strangers and saved penny by penny to afford travel. I was Camila, owner of a 5-star hotel chain that included that exact resort where we were staying. Yes, the Paradiso Resort was mine, along with 4 other hotels spread across the United States. An inheritance from my paternal grandfather who always taught me that truly powerful people don't need to prove anything to anyone. That true elegance lies in discretion. I maintained my apparently simple life by personal choice, working in marketing, which had always been my passion, while my specialized team managed the hotel business. But I always kept absolute control over everything, participating in important decisions, and regularly visiting the properties. While they went up to their luxurious rooms, commenting loudly about how I should be grateful for the opportunity to see such a fancy hotel, I went straight to my ground floor room. Simple, functional, but perfectly clean and organized. Exactly enough for what I needed. I called Marcus, my general manager, who almost choked on his coffee when he heard my voice. Miss Santos, I didn't know you were here. Was there a problem with the reservations? Any emergency? No, Marcus. Actually, I'm here on vacation incognito, but I need you to keep absolute secrecy about my identity. Not even the cleaning staff can know. And there are some modifications I'd like to make to rooms 1012, 1015, and 1017. Marcus was a professional with 20 years of experience in luxury hospitality. He didn't ask unnecessary questions. Understood, ma'am. What kind of modifications? Minor technical problems. Nothing that compromises safety, but enough to cause inconveniences. Air conditioning with thermostat malfunction. Water heater with intermittent operation. Unstable Wi-Fi. You understand. Perfectly. It will be implemented today. I hung up with a smile. Things were going to get very interesting in the next few days. At dinner, they arrived complaining about the first technical problems that Marcus had implemented with his usual efficiency. Can you believe the air conditioning in my suite is broken? Rachel huffed, adjusting the Versace dress she'd bought especially for the trip. It's unbearably hot up there. For the price we're paying, this is inadmissible. Mine too. Julia joined the chorus of complaints. And the shower only gives lukewarm water. I tried calling reception 3 times, but only managed to speak to an attendant who said the technician only comes tomorrow. Tomorrow? As if that were acceptable. Amanda shook her head dramatically. I managed to shower because I have more patience than you, but room service was 2 hours late. 2 hours. Lucky Camila is on the floor below, right? At least she doesn't have to deal with these problems from the good rooms. In the simpler rooms, these things work just fine. They laughed in that way I knew so well. The laugh of those who think they're superior. I smiled meekly, cutting my grilled salmon carefully. What a shame, girls. Really, my room is perfect. Air conditioning working like clockwork, hot water, impeccable service. Even the Wi-Fi is excellent. Of course it is. Rachel rolled her eyes, taking a sip of the most expensive wine on the menu. In the cheaper rooms, they don't need to worry so much about equipment quality. It's less stuff to break down. That's when the little jokes about my career, my professional life, my financial situation began. How I was struggling in the job market. How I was brave, always that word, said with condescension for insisting on being an independent consultant instead of looking for a real job with signed papers and benefits. Seriously, Cammy? Julia said, gesturing with her fork. You're 30 years old. Don't you think it's time to mature professionally? Get a serious job? I have a cousin who works in HR. I can put in a word for you. Julia's right. Amanda agreed, feigning concern. Freelancer isn't a profession. It's an excuse for people who can't commit to anything serious in life. Girls, please, I said softly with the voice I always used when they advised me. I'm fine like this. I like what I do. Oh, Cammy, you're so proud. Amanda sighed as if my pride were a character flaw. Look, we can split the dinner bill. Don't worry. We know things are tight for you. There's no shame in accepting help from friends. Rachel waved to the waiter with that imperious air she cultivated. Put everything on my account. The birthday girl doesn't need to worry about money today. It's our contribution to your celebration. The tone was loaded with condescension, as if they were doing charity work, as if I were their social project. They felt so superior, so generous, so magnanimous. I graciously accepted, thanking them for their kindness and true friendship. Inside, I was mentally calculating exactly what each of them deserved to receive in return. When we finished dinner, and they finished discreetly humiliating me for another hour, I said goodbye early. I'm going to rest, girls. Thank you for the wonderful dinner and even better company. Of course, dear, Rachel said, already half drunk from the expensive wine. You were always the most well-behaved in the group, the most proper. Go to sleep early to save energy for tomorrow. We're going to have a full day. More laughter, more looks of superiority, more comments about how I was predictable and proper. I went back to my ground floor room and called Marcus again. How are the repairs in my friends' rooms? Exactly as you requested, Miss Santos. Air conditioning with thermostat problem. It will heat and cool randomly all night. Water heater with intermittent malfunction. It will give lukewarm water most of the time. And I programmed some strategic delays in room service. Nothing that compromises safety or causes real damage, but enough to cause quite a bit of inconvenience. Perfect, Marcus. And tomorrow? Tomorrow? Ma'am, we have a scheduled renovation of the 10th floor's air conditioning system. It will require the use of noisy equipment quite early. Let's say at 6 in the morning. Excellent. Oh, and Marcus, that connectivity problem with the 10th floor Wi-Fi. Already implemented total signal intermittency. Very frustrating for those who depend on internet to work or post on social media. I looked out my room window from where I could see perfectly the lights of their suites on the 10th floor. 3 golden dots in the darkness, unaware that the woman they so despised and underestimated controlled every aspect of their experience in that place. Thank you, Marcus. Tomorrow we'll talk about the next steps of the operation. I hung up and smiled to myself for the first time in a long time. A genuine smile, not the submissive smile I had perfected over the years. They wanted to play superiority. They wanted to treat me like a charity project. Perfect. I was just beginning to show them what a constantly underestimated woman was truly capable of doing. When she finally decided to stop pretending to be less than she really was. You know that feeling when you have absolute power to completely change a situation, but no one around you has the slightest idea? That was exactly what I was feeling the next morning, Friday. I woke up at 5:30 in the morning, more refreshed and energized than I had felt in years. I had a crystal clear plan in my head and all the necessary resources to execute it perfectly. At exactly 6 o'clock in the morning, the show began. I had instructed Marcus to schedule emergency preventive maintenance repairs on the 10th floor's air conditioning system. Nothing dangerous, obviously. I'm not a psychopath, just a woman who was finally returning years of humiliation. But enough for drills, pneumatic hammers, and various equipment to wake up my dear friends quite early, completely interrupting their sleep. My phone rang at exactly 6:15 a.m. Rachel, obviously, with that hoarse voice of someone who had just been abruptly awakened. Camila, for God's sake, are you hearing this infernal commotion? What a fifth-rate hotel. I can't sleep or die with this noise from hell. It sounds like they're demolishing the entire building. How strange, I replied, yawning theatrically and stretching in my comfortable and silent bed. Down here, everything is perfectly quiet, not even a single noise. What a shame you're going through this. It must be very unpleasant indeed. Unpleasant? This is torture. I'm going down to reception right now and making the biggest scene. I'm going to demand a full refund and compensation for moral damages. Good luck, Rachel. I hope they can resolve it quickly. It must be some urgent technical problem. I hung up with a satisfied smile and immediately called Marcus. How's the situation up there? Exactly as planned, Miss Santos. The guests in rooms 1012, 1015, and 1017 are quite bothered by the maintenance noise. We've already received 3 furious complaints at reception in the last 15 minutes. Our staff is being extremely accommodating, offering profuse apologies and promising to resolve the situation as soon as possible. Perfect. And how long exactly will this emergency repair last? Well, considering it's Friday and some specific equipment might take a while to arrive from the supplier, I'd say maybe until Monday morning. Safety issues. You understand. I smiled even more. Marcus was truly an exceptional manager. Perfect, Marcus. Oh, and that intermittent technical problem with the 10th floor Wi-Fi you mentioned yesterday. Oh yes, unfortunately the signal intermittency is quite severe today. Very frustrating for those who need to use internet to work or let's say post updates on social media. Our connectivity specialist can only come on Monday, too. What an unfortunate coincidence. And the main elevator that gives direct access to the 10th floor? Also with preventive maintenance scheduled for today. Nothing dangerous, of course, but it will work significantly slower. For the total safety of guests, of course. They'll have to use the stairs or wait quite a long time. I was having much more fun than I should have. But after 15 years of swallowing humiliations, I thought I deserved a little fun. You're truly an exceptional manager, Marcus. Your efficiency is impressive. When I went down to breakfast an hour later, I found the 3 looking like authentic zombies from a horror movie. Deep dark circles, completely messy hair, expressions of those who had spent the night awake being tortured by infernal noises. Cammy! Julia practically ran to me, stumbling over her own legs. Thank God you arrived. You need to switch rooms with one of us immediately. This hotel is complete garbage. Garbage. We couldn't sleep even 5 minutes. Amanda completed with a hoarse voice and red eyes. They started construction at 6 o'clock in the morning. 6 o'clock in the morning. Who does that? And when we went down to complain, that incompetent attendant said it was a security system emergency. Rachel appeared carrying a breakfast tray, clearly trying to stay awake through caffeine. And the Wi-Fi simply doesn't work. I haven't been able to post anything on Instagram since last night. My followers must think I died or was kidnapped. Wow, what a really horrible situation, I said with genuine concern in my voice, calmly serving myself fresh fruit and yogurt. You must be exhausted. But don't you think switching rooms would be kind of unfair to me? I mean, you consciously chose the best and most expensive rooms for yourselves. It would be very strange for me to get an ocean view suite now. Don't you think? They exchanged glances with that look I knew very well. The look of those who realize they're being confronted with their own logic. Julia forced a yellow smile. Cammy, it's just for a few days until they resolve this mess. You understand the situation, right? We're paying much more for our rooms. Of course, I understand perfectly, I replied, taking a delicate bite of whole grain toast. But you always told me that I'm very simple, that I don't care about material luxuries, that what matters is being with friends. It would be kind of contradictory of me to want to switch now just because you're having problems, don't you think? The silence that followed was absolutely delicious. They didn't know how to respond without explicitly admitting they had always seen me as inferior, as someone who didn't deserve good things. Besides, I continued calmly, my room is absolutely perfect, air conditioning working like clockwork, Wi-Fi with excellent speed, total silence to sleep peacefully. It would really be very foolish of me to give up all this comfort. Rachel slammed her fist on the table hard, making the plates tremble. So, you're simply not going to help us? We've been your friends for 15 years. Of course I'll help, I replied immediately, taking out my phone. Let me call reception and register a formal complaint about your situation. I'll do what I can. I called the reception extension, knowing Marcus would answer personally. Hi, good morning. This is Camila from room 204. I'd like to register a formal complaint about the situation in rooms 1012, 1015, and 1017. My friends are very bothered by the technical problems. I'm very sorry, Mrs. Santos. We're completely aware of the situation and doing absolutely everything within our power to resolve it. I can offer a 20% discount on their daily rate as compensation for the inconveniences. A discount? Rachel almost screamed, getting up from her chair. I don't want a discount. I want a real solution to the problems. Marcus on the phone continued with his professional and polite voice. Unfortunately, for safety and regulatory reasons, we cannot interrupt repairs once they've started. But I can guarantee that by Monday morning, everything will be completely resolved. Monday? Amanda turned red with rage. Today is Friday. You expect us to spend the entire weekend in this unbearable situation. Again, I'm deeply sorry. It's really the best we can do at the moment. I hung up and faced their looks of absolute despair. I tried to do what I could, girls. At least I got a 20% discount for you. Discount my ass. Rachel exploded completely. I want a room that works. I want air conditioning, internet, and silence. Rachel, you don't need to use that vocabulary, I said softly with the tone I always used when they got agitated. I'm doing everything I can to help you. Julia sighed deeply and ran her hand through her messy hair. Sorry, Cammy. We're very stressed and tired. You're being an angel trying to help us. An angel? If they only knew how much I was enjoying that situation. The rest of the morning was a true parade of small disasters carefully orchestrated. When they went to the hotel's luxury spa, they discovered their premium reservations had been accidentally canceled due to a scheduling system failure. When they tried to use the exclusive gym, they discovered their access cards were temporarily deactivated for technical reasons. Room service continued to be systematically delayed. Orders that should arrive in 30 minutes took 2 hours. This is completely impossible, Rachel screamed in the main lobby, drawing the attention of other guests. Absolutely everything is going wrong just for us. This is not a coincidence. I was beside her, making a face of genuine solidarity. Really very strange. Could it just be a sequence of bad luck? Bad luck? Amanda rolled her eyes dramatically. Camila, this isn't bad luck. This is total and absolute incompetence. The duty manager approached discreetly, one of my most experienced and diplomatic employees. I'm very sorry about the situation, ladies. Unfortunately, we've been having some unexpected technical problems today. I can offer free treatments at the spa as soon as we have available slots. When exactly? Julia asked with a hint of hope in her voice. Well, unfortunately, today our schedule is completely booked with existing reservations, but maybe on Monday we'll have some openings. Monday again? Rachel almost had a nervous breakdown. Everything in this damn hotel is always Monday. I put my hand on her shoulder in a gesture of support. Calm down, Rachel. Let's enjoy the beach, then. At least that can't go wrong, right? How wrong I was. When we got to the hotel's private beach, they discovered the premium chairs they had reserved and paid extra for were occupied by other guests. And apparently there was a confusion in the reservation system. The beach bar waiter politely informed them that the ordering tablet had a technical malfunction, and the cherry on top, it started raining torrentially. I simply don't believe it, Amanda screamed, running desperately for shelter. Even the weather seems to be conspiring against us. Well, I really couldn't control that, but it was definitely working in my favor. Back at the hotel, they were completely demolished. Wet hair stuck to their heads, mood in the basement, no Wi-Fi to complain on social media or vent to other people. I, on the other hand, was absolutely radiant. Girls, how about we order room service for dinner today? It should be much nicer and more comfortable than the restaurant. Great idea, Julia agreed immediately. At least we don't have to leave these cursed rooms. They went up to their rooms and I immediately called Marcus. How is the operation going? Absolutely perfect, Miss Santos. They are visibly quite frustrated and exhausted. And about the room service they're going to order for dinner? Yes, you can rest assured it will be delayed about 3 hours, and when it finally arrives, it might be cold. Small kitchen problem. You know how these things happen. Understood. Perfectly. Anything else scheduled for tomorrow? Yes, ma'am. Tomorrow I'm going to intensify the situation a bit more according to your instructions. I hung up and threw myself on my comfortable bed. Up there, I knew they were stewing in anger and tiredness, unable to understand why absolutely everything was going wrong. And the best part, they didn't even suspect that the blame was entirely on poor little Camila, who was quietly installed in her simple ground floor room, carefully planning the next move. Revenge, I discovered at that moment, had an incredibly sweet taste, and I was just beginning to savor it. Saturday morning arrived with more deafening noise from emergency maintenance repairs. At 6:30 a.m., my phone rang again, but this time it was Rachel, and she didn't just sound irritated and tired. There was something different in her voice, something that made me slightly worried. Camila, are you absolutely sure you're not hearing anything down there in your room? Nothing, Rachel. Everything is perfectly quiet here. I lied shamelessly since I could clearly hear the noise from the equipment on the upper floors. Why that question? It's just that it's very, very strange. All the technical problems are exclusively on our floor. Don't you think that's too strange a coincidence? My heart sped up slightly. Rachel had always been the smartest and most observant of the group, the most suspicious. Coincidence how, Rachel? I don't know how to explain it properly. But yesterday, I started noticing how all the employees treat you completely differently. That restaurant waiter was extremely helpful and attentive to you, but with us, he was quite basic and protocol. And when you called to complain about our situation, he called you Miss Santos with a tone of respect he doesn't use with other guests. Rachel, they're simply more polite to me because I don't yell or mistreat anyone, I replied, trying to keep my voice calm. You were really very agitated yesterday. Employees respond well to kindness. Maybe you're right. Rachel didn't sound convinced at all. But I still think this whole situation is very strange. I'm going to pay much more attention today to how they interact with you. I hung up, genuinely worried. Rachel had always had a sharp sixth sense for these things, a natural intuition for detecting when something wasn't right. I was going to have to be much more careful and discreet from now on. At breakfast, they arrived even worse than the day before. Julia had dark circles so deep she looked like she hadn't slept for a week. Amanda had her hair tied up carelessly and no makeup. And Rachel was watching me with laser attention, analyzing every movement of mine, every facial expression. Cammy, Julia said, practically collapsing into her chair as if she didn't have the strength to stay upright. Are you absolutely sure you don't want to switch rooms with me? I'll pay the entire price difference. I swear to God, Julia, We already talked extensively about this yesterday. It really wouldn't be fair to me. Fair? Amanda let out a bitter and desperate laugh. Are you serious about fairness? We brought you on this trip, paid for your dinner yesterday, and you can't do this simple favor for your friends. Rachel continued watching me intensely while Amanda spoke as if she were trying to read my mind. I maintained a neutral expression, but inside I was absolutely fascinated. The extreme frustration and tiredness were transforming their usual mask of condescending superiority into something much more raw, honest, and revealing. Amanda, I didn't ask you to pay for my dinner yesterday. You categorically insisted. Because we know perfectly well that you can't afford it. Julia exploded, completely losing her composure. For God's sake, Camila, stop pretending you're doing well in life. You live in a tiny apartment shared with strangers. You don't have your own car. You work as a freelancer without any stability. We're genuinely trying to help you. Help, I repeated slowly, letting the word echo. Is that what you call help? Rachel leaned forward, still studying me. Cammy, you're acting very strangely. Normally, you'd be the first person to try to please everyone, to do anything to keep the peace. Why are you being so inflexible now? That was like a slap in the face. She was completely right. Normally, I would do anything to avoid conflict, to maintain group harmony, to make them satisfied with me. Maybe I'm tired of always giving in to everything, I said, surprised by my own sincerity. Maybe I finally realized that you only seek me out when you need to feel superior to someone. The silence that followed was absolutely deafening. Amanda dropped her coffee cup with such force it almost broke the saucer. Julia widened her eyes as if I had blasphemed. And Rachel smiled. A small smile but genuine. There, Rachel said calmly. Now you're finally telling the truth. Finally, Rachel? Julia protested indignantly. No, Julia. She's completely right. We treat her like she's our mascot. The poor little friend we carry around to feel generous and superior. Amanda turned red with rage. That's complete nonsense. We've been her friends for 15 years. Have we really? Rachel stared directly at me. Camila, when was the last time any of us called her just to chat and see how she's doing? When was the last time you asked about her dreams? About what she really wants from life? I was genuinely shocked. Rachel was defending me. You don't call either, Amanda retorted defensively. I know that, Rachel admitted without hesitation. And that's exactly why I'm talking. We're terrible friends to her. Absolutely terrible. But at least I can admit that truth. Julia got up abruptly from the table. You two are completely crazy. I'm not going to stay here listening to this. I'm going to the spa to try to relax and forget this ridiculous conversation. Good luck with that, I murmured quietly, remembering perfectly the specific instructions I had given Marcus about the spa. Julia left stomping like a child having a tantrum. Amanda followed her immediately, and Rachel stayed with me at the table. Camila, she said in a low voice, I really don't know what's happening at this hotel, but I'm absolutely sure there's something very wrong. And I know you're not telling us something important. My blood literally froze. What exactly are you talking about? The employees know you. It's not just basic professional politeness. That waiter yesterday knew your full name before you introduced yourself. And today, when you passed by reception, the attendant waved at you like he was a long-time personal friend. I had been careless and negligent. Rachel, you're being paranoid. We've been here for 3 days. It's perfectly normal that they already know me. Is it really? She leaned closer, lowering her voice even more. Then why, when I asked about the possibility of switching rooms yesterday, did the same attendant say it would be completely impossible? But when you passed near him, he said, Good morning, Miss Santos. I sincerely hope you're enjoying your stay with us. Double, triple. Maybe because I wasn't rude or yelled at him. I tried desperately. Rachel shook her head determinedly. No, Camila. There's something much deeper happening here, and I'm going to find out exactly what it is. She got up and left, leaving me alone with my racing heart. I was going to have to significantly accelerate my plans. I called Marcus immediately. We have a serious problem. Rachel is suspicious and actively investigating. I need all employees to be much more discreet. Understood perfectly, Miss Santos. I'll pass the instruction to the entire staff immediately. And Marcus, that luxurious spa day they planned for this afternoon? Yes, ma'am. Everything will go absolutely wrong. Mysteriously lost reservations, basic treatments instead of the premium ones they paid for. Small, embarrassing accidents. Nothing that compromises safety, but enough to make them even more frustrated. Consider it done, Miss Santos. 3 hours later, they returned from the spa completely distraught. Julia had visibly poorly done hair, asymmetrical and with completely uneven layers. Amanda had a strange reddish stain on her face. And Rachel was watching me with that calculating and determined look. Let me guess, I said with false concern. It wasn't exactly what you expected. They completely lost our premium reservations, Julia practically screamed, pointing to her own hair. Lost them. They said they only had slots available for basic last category treatments. I asked for a professional cut and sophisticated styling. Look what they did to my hair. It really was horrible. Asymmetrical with poorly executed layers and a length that didn't flatter her face shape at all. And I specifically asked for a hydrating and anti-aging facial treatment, and they applied some substance that caused a terrible allergic reaction. Amanda showed her irritated face with red spots. My skin is literally burning and itching. What an absolutely horrible situation, I murmured, trying to seem supportive while inside I was holding back from laughing. You should definitely sue this hotel. You can be absolutely sure I'm going to sue, Julia continued furiously. This is gross negligence. Total incompetence. When I manage to post on social media, I'm going to destroy this place's reputation. Oh, that's right, Rachel interrupted coldly, not taking her penetrating eyes off me. You forgot the Wi-Fi mysteriously doesn't work. Or does Camila happen to have perfect internet in her room? They all stared at me simultaneously. I do have internet, I admitted reluctantly. But it's probably because it's a simpler, more basic room. Maybe the network system is different. Of course it is, Rachel said with a tone that hid absolutely nothing of the sarcasm. Everything works perfectly for you, but for us who are in the expensive and luxurious rooms, absolutely everything goes wrong. What a fascinating and interesting coincidence. Amanda frowned as if she were beginning to process something. Wait a minute. Are you insinuating that Camila has something to do with all these problems? I'm saying there are too many coincidences, Rachel replied, staring directly at me. Too many coincidences to be just coincidences. The moment was getting genuinely dangerous. I urgently needed to divert their attention. Guys, honestly, you're being paranoid. I'm Camila, the same Camila as always. The one who never complains about anything. Remember? Do you really think I would have the power or ability to sabotage your vacation? Julia laughed out loud. Rachel, you're really delusional. Camila can barely pay her own monthly bills. How the hell could she harm us at a hotel of this level? I don't know how, Rachel admitted, but her voice was loaded with determination. But I know there's something very wrong happening here, and I'm going to find out exactly what it is. She stared at me for a few more tense seconds, and then left determinedly. Amanda and Julia followed her, still complaining loudly about the spa problems. I was left alone at the table, feeling an intense mixture of adrenaline and nervousness. Rachel was getting dangerously close to the truth, but at the same time, the other two were becoming increasingly cruel and honest about what they really thought of me. It was definitely time to drastically accelerate things. On Monday, everything would be revealed spectacularly. But before that, I still had 2 full days to show them exactly what happened when they completely underestimated the wrong person. The game was getting riskier, but also infinitely more interesting and satisfying. Sunday was the day I decided to definitely have no more mercy. If Rachel was suspecting and actively investigating anyway, then it would be better to make everything really worth it. I called Marcus at 5 in the morning before the sun even rose. Marcus, today is going to be the spectacular grand finale of the weekend. I want absolutely everything that can go wrong to go wrong dramatically, but rigorously maintaining all safety protocols, of course. Understood perfectly, Miss Santos. What exactly do you have in mind? First, their personal luggage. Let's say there was a terrible confusion in the hotel laundry service. Some important pieces might have been temporarily misplaced. Nothing permanent, but enough to cause panic. Interesting strategy. And regarding restaurants and services. Oh yes, all their exclusive reservations for today have been mysteriously cancelled due to critical problems in the management system. And when they try to make new reservations, coincidentally, will be completely booked. Pure coincidence. Obviously. Any other specific instructions? Yes, I want them to be systematically confused with other problematic guests. Small, embarrassing misunderstandings that make them feel unimportant and humiliated. Perfect. I'll coordinate the entire operation personally. At 8 o'clock in the morning, my phone rang 3 times in quick succession. Julia first, completely hysterical. Camila, you simply won't believe it. My most expensive clothes have completely disappeared. I sent them to be washed yesterday morning, and now they say they got lost in the system. My Prada dress, my Gucci blouse, everything. Rachel next, with a tense voice of controlled anger. Cammy, there's something very, very wrong happening here. My VIP reservation for tonight's dinner was cancelled without notice. They say it was a system error, but I don't believe it one bit. And lastly, Amanda clearly crying. They confused me with someone else at reception. I went to ask for simple information about activities, and the attendant treated me like I was a troublesome guest on the blacklist. He said my name was on a list of problematic people. What an absolutely horrible situation. I replied to each one individually, feigning genuine shock and indignation. Do you want me to come down immediately to try to resolve something? No. Rachel was categorical and firm. You stay exactly where you are. I'm going to resolve this personally face to face. When I went down to breakfast, I found a scene of total war. Julia was wearing exactly the same clothes as yesterday, clearly without having been able to shower properly. Amanda was crying discreetly in the corner, desperately fiddling with her phone without Wi-Fi. And Rachel was at the reception counter, interrogating the poor attendant like an experienced detective investigating a crime. This simply doesn't make any logical sense, she was saying, pounding her fist on the marble counter. You don't lose VIP guests' luggage. You don't cancel premium reservations without notice. And you don't confuse guests by pure accident. Something very specific is happening here. The attendant, one of my most experienced and diplomatic employees, maintained absolute professional calm. Ma'am, I understand your frustration perfectly, but sometimes these unfortunate situations happen simultaneously. It's extremely rare, but rare. Rachel screamed, losing her composure. This isn't rare. This is statistically impossible. And why the hell does it only happen to us? Why doesn't our friend in the cheap room have a single problem? I approached casually as if I had just arrived. Rachel, is everything okay? You seem very agitated. She turned to me with eyes literally shining with pure rage and intense suspicion. No, Camila, absolutely nothing is okay. And you know exactly what I'm talking about. Me? I honestly don't understand. Oh, you don't understand. Rachel crossed her arms and stared directly at me. Then explained to me why in 3 complete days you haven't had a single minimal problem while we 3 have lived constant hell. The others approached quickly, curious and tense about the growing discussion. Rachel, Julia intervened, trying to mediate. You're being unfair to Cammy. It's not her fault that our rooms have all these technical problems. Is it? Rachel laughed, but there was absolutely no humor in the laugh. Julia, don't you find it even a little strange that absolutely all the employees know her full name? That when she passes through the lobby, they stop what they're doing to greet her respectfully? That the Wi-Fi works perfectly in her room? Amanda stopped crying and stared at us. What exactly are you talking about, Rachel? I'm talking about the fact that our dear friend Camila is not being completely honest with us about who she really is. Rachel stared at me intensely. Isn't that right, Camila? My heart raced violently, but I managed to keep my face neutral. Rachel, you're being genuinely paranoid. The extreme stress of the situation is clearly affecting your judgment. Paranoid. Rachel took out her phone. Then you won't mind at all if I record our conversation and post it on social media when the Wi-Fi comes back. I'm going to tell this whole strange story in detail. Rachel, Julia protested immediately. You can't expose the hotel publicly like that. Why can't I? Rachel turned to her. They're providing absolutely horrible service. Or do you also think all this is completely normal? That's when Amanda said something that completely changed the dynamics of the situation. You know what? Even if it's Rachel's paranoia, I completely agree with her. Camila is strange. Very, very strange. She's not even a little worried or affected by our problems. What exactly do you mean? I asked, trying desperately to maintain innocence. Like this. Amanda exploded completely. Normally, you'd run after absolutely everything to help us. You were always our obedient doormat. Always did anything to please us and keep the peace. And now you're there, calm and quiet, as if it's absolutely not your problem. Julia nodded vigorously. It's true. You've changed completely, Cammy. And you changed exactly when we arrived here at this specific hotel. Rachel smiled triumphantly. A smile of someone who was about to discover something big and revealing. Very interesting, don't you think? Our eternally submissive friend suddenly becomes assertive and independent right here at this specific hotel where absolutely everything goes wrong for us but works perfectly for her. The silence was heavy and tense. I could physically feel the moment approaching, the moment when everything would inevitably be revealed. But it still wasn't the right time. It still wasn't the perfect moment I had planned. You're being absolutely ridiculous, I said finally with a firmer voice. I'm exactly the same person as always. No, Rachel shook her head determinedly. You're not the same person, and I'm going to find out exactly who you really are. She walked away decisively from the counter and walked with determination to the elevator. I'm going to my room to get some documents and make some important calls. When I come back, we're going to have a very, very serious conversation, Camila. The specific way she pronounced my full name made me freeze completely. There was something in the intonation, the emphasis. When the elevator finally closed, Amanda and Julia stared at me with growing suspicion. Camila, Julia said very slowly, if you're hiding something important from us, you'd better tell us right now. I'm not hiding absolutely anything. Blatant lie, Amanda said categorically. Rachel is completely right. You're different, very different. And all these coincidental problems, it's statistically impossible. They kept watching me intensely for several minutes as if they expected me to confess right there in the middle of the lobby. But I definitely wasn't going to give them that pleasure. Not yet. Not before the perfect moment. I'm going back to my room, I said finally. When you resolve this collective paranoia, let me know. I went up the stairs. The elevator was still under scheduled maintenance, and urgently called Marcus as soon as I got to my room. Marcus, Rachel is actively and systematically investigating. She may have discovered compromising information. Miss Santos, we just intercepted some of her call attempts. She's desperately trying to research information about the hotel's legal ownership. My blood literally froze. And did she manage to discover anything? She hasn't gotten conclusive information yet. The Wi-Fi continues to be unstable for her, obviously. But if she manages to use the business center computer, cut access immediately. Generalized technical problems. Any plausible excuse. Already taken care of, ma'am. But I need to warn you, she's extremely persistent and intelligent. And the other two are starting to actively suspect, too. I looked out the window, contemplating the pool where I had meticulously planned everything to be dramatically revealed on Monday. Maybe it wasn't possible to wait that long. Marcus, prepare absolutely everything for tomorrow morning early. If Rachel is investigating with that determination, then she's going to discover the truth anyway. Better that it be exactly my way. Understood perfectly. Do you want me to prepare something special for the occasion? I smiled, feeling pure adrenaline running through my veins. Yes, I want the entire senior staff to be present. And I want you to treat this as a spectacular event. After all, it's not every day that the owner dramatically reveals her identity to guests who systematically humiliated her for a lifetime. It will be an absolute pleasure, Miss Santos. I hung up and threw myself on the bed, more excited than I had felt in years. Rachel was getting dangerously close to the truth, but she wasn't going to find out before I was completely ready to reveal everything on my terms. And when I finally revealed it, it would be absolutely spectacular and unforgettable. Outside, I could hear Amanda and Julia arguing loudly in the lobby, with Rachel returning and joining the heated discussion. From the rising tone of voices, the investigation was definitely heating up. Perfect. Let them dig their own grave a little more. Tomorrow morning, they were going to find out exactly who Camila really was, and they were going to deeply regret every cruel word they had said during all these years. Monday arrived with a crystal clear blue and sunny sky. The absolutely perfect day for dramatic revelations and settling accounts. I woke up at 5 in the morning, not from nervousness or anxiety, but from pure anticipation and excitement. Today would finally be the day they would definitively discover who really ran that place. I called Marcus as soon as the sun began to appear on the horizon. Absolutely everything ready for the final operation? Yes, Miss Santos. The staff is completely ready and prepared. We have all the security recordings from the last 4 days edited and ready for presentation. And I prepared some very convincing special surprises for your friends. Perfect. At exactly 10 o'clock, I want them to be officially informed that they must leave the hotel immediately. Formal eviction. Exactly. Serious inappropriate behavior, damage to hotel property, systematic disturbance of other guests. You know perfectly how to make it seem completely official and irrefutable. It will be an absolute pleasure to execute. At 8 in the morning, everything began with military precision. First, Julia discovered that her bank account had been temporarily frozen due to suspicious activities detected by the hotel's security system. Then, Amanda was formally informed that there was an official investigation about possible use of illegal substances in her room based on a credible anonymous tip from other guests. And Rachel discovered she was being formally accused of systematic moral and verbal harassment of hotel employees. My phone simply wouldn't stop ringing with desperate calls. Camila! Julia screamed hysterically. They're saying I intentionally damaged the room, that I'll have to pay $3,000 in repairs. Cammy, for God's sake, help! Amanda cried uncontrollably. They think I use hard drugs. They said they're going to call the local police to investigate. And Rachel, the most dangerous and determined of all. Camila, this is definitely not a coincidence. It's not an accident. Someone specific is orchestrating all this against us. And I know for sure that you know exactly who it is. I went down to the lobby at 9:30 where I found a scene of complete controlled chaos. They were literally surrounded by hotel employees, uniformed security guards, and what appeared to be officials formally investigating the accusations. Luggage scattered on the floor, papers being meticulously reviewed, security cameras being analyzed on tablets. Camila! Julia ran desperately to me. You need to help us urgently. They're literally kicking us out of the hotel. Kicking out. I feigned absolute shock. For what reason? Marcus approached professionally, carrying an official clipboard. Ms. Santos, I deeply regret that your friends are going through this situation during your stay with us. Unfortunately, we had to take drastic measures due to serious irregularities. What kind of irregularities exactly? Well, Marcus consulted his clipboard methodically. Intentional material damage, systematic inappropriate behavior with employees, well-founded suspicion of illegal activities, and constant disturbance of other guests with excessive complaints and completely inappropriate language. Amanda exploded in despair. That's a blatant lie. We didn't do absolutely any of that. We have absolutely everything recorded and documented. Ma'am, Marcus replied with professional calm. Would you like to see all the evidence? Rachel approached dangerously close to me, her eyes literally shining with pure and intense rage. Camila, I know for sure that you're behind all this. I don't know how yet, but I know it's you. Rachel, how could I be involved? I'm just a regular guest like you. Really? Rachel laughed, but it was a bitter and desperate laugh. Then explain to me why Marcus calls you Miss Santos with a tone of reverential respect that he uses exclusively with very important people? Why do all the employees treat you like you're someone special? Julia and Amanda immediately stopped arguing with the security guards and stared at us with total attention. The entire lobby was paying attention to the growing discussion. What are you talking about? Julia asked, confused. I'm talking about the fact that our dear friend Camila lied to us about something fundamental, something very, very big. Marcus looked at me discreetly, waiting for permission. I nodded almost imperceptibly, feeling my heart accelerate with anticipation. Well, Marcus said loud enough for everyone in the lobby to hear clearly. Since the ladies are going to leave the hotel anyway, I think there's no problem in completely clarifying the situation. He turned to me with a respectful and professional smile. Ms. Santos, would you like to formally introduce yourself to your friends? The lobby fell into absolute and tense silence. Rachel turned visibly pale. Julia and Amanda stared at me without understanding absolutely anything. I took a deep breath and smiled, the most genuine and satisfied smile I had given in months. Of course, Marcus, it will be a pleasure. I turned to them, seeing understanding begin to appear slowly in Rachel's eyes. Girls, there are some important things I never told you about myself. Camila, Rachel whispered. What exactly did you do? Me? I didn't do absolutely anything except be exactly who I always was. The problem is that you never bothered to find out who I really was. Marcus stepped forward solemnly. Ladies, I would like to formally introduce Camila, owner of the Paradiso Resort and 4 other hotels in the prestigious Santos hospitality chain. The silence was absolutely deafening. Julia opened and closed her mouth repeatedly like a fish out of water. Amanda turned white as paper. And Rachel laughed, a laugh of pure incredulity and admiration. You're the owner? Julia finally managed to articulate words. You're the proprietor of the hotel? Not just this one, I replied with absolute calm. Inheritance from my paternal grandfather. 5 five-star hotels in total, spread across the United States. This one here is definitely my favorite. But, Amanda stammered desperately. You live in a small shared apartment. You don't have your own car. You work as a freelancer. By personal choice, I explained patiently. My grandfather taught me that truly powerful people don't need to ostentatiously display their wealth. I have an exceptional team that manages the business while I do what I really love, work in marketing. But I always maintain total control over everything. Rachel shook her head slowly, still processing. You meticulously planned all this. Planned what specifically, Rachel? The entire weekend. All the systematic problems. Everything was orchestrated by you. I smiled more openly. Oh, well, you gave me the ground floor room as a joke. Remember? I thought it would be fun to return the joke in kind. Return? Julia screamed indignantly. You systematically tortured us. Tortured? I feigned genuine surprise. I just offered you a hotel experience consistent with the level of respect you showed me. Marcus approached again. Ms. Santos, is there anything else you'd like to show your friends? Oh yes, Marcus. Can you display those special recordings we prepared? A giant state-of-the-art television automatically descended from the lobby ceiling. On the screen, carefully edited scenes from the last 4 days began to appear. Them laughing cruelly when they gave me the worst room, making malicious jokes about my life at dinner, offering me condescending charity, calling me an obedient doormat. Every cruel word, every superior little laugh, every moment of calculated humiliation was there, recorded in high definition with crystal clear audio. My God, Amanda whispered, seeing herself on screen, saying I should accept my inferior place in life. The recording continued, also showing excerpts from my calls to Marcus, my detailed instructions to sabotage their experiences, my expression of satisfaction when everything went wrong for them. When the presentation ended, the lobby was full of guests watching fascinated. employees discreetly applauding, and my ex-friends completely destroyed. You all saw, I said, addressing not just them, but the entire audience present. For complete days of how people who consider themselves superior treat someone they judge inferior, and 4 days of how that inferior person can in fact have all the real power. Rachel laughed again, but this time there was a clear note of admiration. You're absolutely brilliant. Diabolic, but brilliant. Thank you sincerely. I always knew you were the smartest of the group. Julia exploded completely. You can't do this to us. This has to be illegal. What exactly is illegal, Julia? Being the owner of my own hotel, offering a level of service consistent with guests' behavior, recording conversations in a public area. You signed all the terms of use when you checked in. Marcus stepped forward with official documents. Actually, all actions taken are rigorously within the law and hotel policies. The ladies violated multiple guest conduct terms. Amanda started crying uncontrollably. Camila, we've been your friends for 15 years. Friends. I laughed genuinely. You just watched 4 days of how you really treat me. Is that what you call friendship? We didn't know you had feelings. Didn't know what? That I had human feelings? That your words hurt deeply? Or didn't know that I had enough power to fight back? Silence took over the lobby completely again. Now, I continued with authority. You're going to pay your bills in full, including all fees for damages and inappropriate behavior, and you're going to leave my hotel immediately. And girls, I smiled my sweetest and fakest smile. I never want to see you in my life again. What happened next was even more satisfying than I had imagined in my wildest dreams. With the lobby completely packed with guests and employees watching, I decided it was time to make a final speech. A speech that would be remembered for a long time. Since we're all here together, I began, climbing a few steps of the lobby's grand staircase to be in an elevated position. I think it's time to clarify some things for everyone present. Marcus discreetly activated the hotel's sound system, and my voice echoed clearly through all floors. My name is Camila, and this is my hotel. For 15 long years, I kept 3 people in my life whom I naively called friends. People who saw me as fundamentally inferior, who treated me like a charity project, who laughed at my life choices and offered me crumbs of kindness when they felt especially generous. Julia tried to interrupt me, but Rachel held her firmly. She knew it was better to let me speak. During those 15 years, they never asked about my family, never genuinely interested themselves in my dreams, never wanted to know who I really was. I was just the convenient friend, the one who always said yes, the one who never complained, the one who did anything to maintain peace and harmony. I looked directly at them. But do you know what I discovered this weekend? I discovered that I don't need people who only value me when they think I'm less than them. Amanda was crying openly. Camila, we're sorry. Sorry? I laughed loudly. You're sorry for being discovered, not for treating me badly for 15 entire years. I turned to the fascinated audience. Do you want to know exactly what happened here? These 3 women came to my hotel thinking they were doing charity for me. They gave me the worst room as a joke. They laughed at my professional life. They offered to pay my bills because they thought I was poor. And for 4 days, I returned exactly in kind. You humiliated us publicly, Julia said, her voice trembling. I did to you exactly what you did to me for 15 years. The only difference is that I had the real power to make a difference. Rachel stepped forward. Camila, you're right. We were absolutely horrible. But that doesn't justify. Doesn't justify what, Rachel? Doesn't justify me finally showing who I really am? Doesn't justify me stopping pretending that I accept being treated like garbage? I took out my phone and opened Instagram. You were always obsessive about social media. Let's see how you look when the whole story spreads. I started posting in real time. Photos of the recordings, excerpts from the videos showing how they treated me, explaining the entire situation in detail. Within minutes, hundreds of comments began to appear. My God, what absolutely horrible friends. This Camila is a revenge genius. They deserved every second of this. Justice perfectly served. Amanda desperately tried to grab my phone. Stop that immediately. You're destroying our reputations. Am I? I continued methodically. Or am I just publicly showing who you really are? Julia turned dramatically to the other guests. You don't understand. She planned all this coldly. She's a psychopath. An elegant elderly lady who had been watching everything approached. Dear, she said gently to Julia, I carefully watched the videos. What you did to this young woman was genuinely cruel. She just showed that you completely underestimated the wrong person. Other guests began to actively agree. You were really mean to her. She just defended herself. Well deserved. The public humiliation was complete and absolute. Rachel quickly realized the situation was completely out of control and irreversible. Camila, what exactly do you want from us? Money? Public apologies? What will make you stop all this exposure? I want you to definitively get out of my life, I replied with absolute simplicity. Forever. I want you to pay your bills in full, including extra fees for inappropriate behavior, and never contact me again. And if we don't want to pay these absurd fees? Amanda challenged desperately. Marcus approached with official documents. Ladies, according to the hotel's terms of use, inappropriate behavior, property damage, and disturbance of other guests result in additional fees. In your specific case, $3,000 each. $3,000 each? Julia screamed hysterically. This is outright robbery. It's the exact price of education, I replied coldly. Something you clearly never received in your lives. That's when something happened that I definitely didn't expect. Julia literally threw herself on her knees in front of me in the middle of the crowded lobby. Camila, I beg you. I have 2 small children. I can't pay this amount, and if this story spreads on social media, I'll definitely lose my job. You should have thought of that before spending 15 years systematically humiliating me. Amanda also knelt desperately. Cammy, we beg you on our knees. We're sorry. We promise we'll never treat you badly again. Too late for regrets. Rachel remained proudly standing, but I could see genuine tears in her eyes. You won completely, Camila. Totally. We were horrible. You proved your point dramatically, and now our life is ruined. Are you really happy? I looked at them. 2 on their knees begging pathetically, 1 crying standing up, and felt complete relief. Total and absolute relief. You know what, Rachel? Yes, I'm genuinely happy. For the first time in 15 years, I'm completely happy. Marcus approached with the final bills. Ladies, we urgently need to resolve the financial situation. They paid, obviously. Julia had to call her husband crying and begging. Amanda used 5 different credit cards, and Rachel transferred money directly from her emergency savings account. $3,000 each, the exact price of years of systematic cruelty. When they finally left the hotel, I was in the lobby watching their humiliating exit. Rachel stopped at the revolving door and turned to me one last time. Camila! She shouted loud enough for everyone to hear. You may have won today, but that doesn't change the fact that you're a vindictive and fundamentally cruel person. And you, I replied at the same volume, are people who only respect those who have power over you. At least I learned something important about myself. Did you learn anything? She didn't answer. They left dragging their suitcases, completely destroyed financially and emotionally. 6 months later, I'm here in my office in Miami, managing my 5 hotels and living my true life for the first time. I blocked all of them on all social media, changed my phone number, and moved to a luxurious apartment in Coral Gables because I discovered I do like certain beautiful things. The story spread on social media exactly as I wanted. It went viral with hashtags like #CamilaRevenge, #HotelKarma, and #UnderestimatedWoman. I received literally thousands of support messages from people who had been through similar humiliation situations. Some even came to stay at my hotel specifically to meet the woman who got revenge on her fake friends. Julia really lost her job 2 weeks later. The company felt the negative exposure could harm their corporate image. She had to sell her car and moved to a smaller apartment. Amanda developed severe anxiety from the public exposure and had to undergo intensive therapy. Her rich boyfriend left her when the story spread. And Rachel sent me a registered letter 3 months ago. I didn't open it. I threw it directly in the trash without even looking at the sender. Because you know what I learned? I learned that I don't need people who only value me when they discover I have power. I learned that pretending to be less than I am to maintain toxic relationships is a brutal form of self-betrayal. And I learned that sometimes revenge isn't about destroying the other person. It's about finally freeing yourself. Today I have real friends, people who met me as Camila, the successful businesswoman, and who value me for what I genuinely am. People who never needed to discover my wealth to treat me with basic respect. People who seek me out because they enjoy my company, not because they need to feel superior. Sometimes I still think about that weekend, and I always smile. Not because I destroyed 3 people, although they definitely deserved the consequences of their own actions. I smile because I finally had the courage to be exactly who I am. And who I am is someone who no longer accepts crumbs of affection from people who think they're superior. Sometimes people ask me if I regret it, if I think I went too far. My answer is always exactly the same. They had 15 entire years to treat me like a human being. I gave them 4 days to understand that they completely underestimated the wrong person. Considering the history, I think I was even too generous. And today, I wake up every day knowing that I'm respected for who I am, not tolerated out of pity or charity. I wake up knowing that the people in my life chose me genuinely, not because they think they're better than me. It's a much better feeling than I ever imagined. Camila, owner of 5 five-star hotels, successful marketing consultant, and for the first time in her life, a woman who is completely worth it on her own. Recently, I opened a 6th hotel in Las Vegas. During the inauguration, a journalist asked me about my business philosophy. I smiled and said, "Never underestimate a quiet person. Sometimes she's just watching and learning." 3 weeks ago, I saw a post from Julia on LinkedIn looking for a job. She mentioned having learned valuable lessons about humility and respect. I almost felt sorry. Almost. Amanda opened a blog about overcoming and personal growth where she talks about past mistakes without ever mentioning me directly. She has few followers. And Rachel got a job at a smaller company with a much smaller salary. I found out by chance that she tells the story in a completely different way where I'm the psychopath villain and they're the innocent victims. I don't care. The people who matter know the truth. Today, when I enter any of my hotels, I'm received as the owner I always was. Employees greet me with genuine respect, not because they discovered who I am, but because they always knew. Guests treat me well because I project confidence and self-esteem. And when someone tries to diminish me or treat me badly, I simply smile and move on. I don't need to prove anything to anyone anymore. I learned that the best revenge isn't destroying your enemies. It's living so well that they become irrelevant. And today, for the first time in 30 years, I am completely irrelevant to people who don't deserve me. Camila, owner, businesswoman, and woman who finally discovered her own worth. And I wouldn't change absolutely anything about what I did. Now on to the next story. Story 3. On my wedding day, M lost a game and had to feed his childhood friend alcohol mouth to mouth. In response, I turned around and kissed his best man, leaving everyone at the ceremony in shock. Mason and I had been in love for 8 years, and we finally held our wedding on National Day. I wore a bright suit, waiting quietly in the room for him to come. After waiting for a long time without seeing anyone, I heard a burst of cheers from outside. Looking up, I saw that it was coming from my room. Mason and his childhood friend Claire had lost a game and had to face the punishment. There was no rush. Mason picked up the glass from the table, filled his mouth with wine, and kissed Claire's lips. Their lips and tongues touched, making a sound, and the wine soaked their collars. It took them a good 10 seconds before they separated. Claire's face was flushed, and her lips were bright red and slightly swollen. Everyone in the room turned to look at me. Their gazes were filled with mockery, sympathy, and schadenfreude. Claire's hand was still on Mason's waist as she looked at me intently without letting go, with no trace of guilt and even with a hint of provocation. Claire laughed at me and said, "I was just helping you test the wedding game. Don't be mad. I wanted to ask what kind of game would make you feed someone else's husband wine mouth to mouth at a wedding, but I kept my thoughts to myself." Surprisingly, I didn't feel angry at all. Instead, I felt a strange sense of relief. But my best friend didn't feel the same. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to start a fight. Mason stepped in front of Claire, glaring at me. "Audrey, if your friend dares to touch Claire today, this wedding is off." I nodded. I pulled my friend back and motioned for them to continue with the game. Seeing me silent, Mason assumed I was angry. "Can you stop being so jealous? How many times have I told you Claire is just like a sister to me?" His tone was full of frustration. I gave him a lazy smile and replied, "I'm not mad. You guys go ahead with the game. We'll wait in the room." Faced with my calm response, he had nothing more to say and sat down to continue playing truth or dare with his buddies. Soon, Mason lost again and he chose truth. Claire quickly took the chance to ask a question, looking at him tenderly. "If Audrey weren't here, would you marry me?" As she spoke, she pulled out a black duffel bag from behind her, revealing stacks of $100 bills inside. "There's $200,000 in here. It can't be a dowry, so just take it as a gift." Faced with this unexpected scene, Mason froze for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, looking moved and emotional. Amid the shocked gazes of the crowd, he slowly nodded and said, "I would." Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they all turned to look at me. I got up from the bed, hiding my entertained expression, and began clapping. "Let's congratulate this couple for finally getting together. May you have many children." I said it sincerely, but everyone thought I was furious. Mason frowned and spoke up, clearly unhappy. "Audrey, how many times have I told you it's just a stupid game? What's with this nonsense? Are you crazy? It's our wedding day. What do you mean by saying that? Are you trying to call off the wedding?" Listening to his accusations, I couldn't help but find it all amusing. Who exactly doesn't want to get married? He spoke again. "We're not even married yet, and your possessiveness is already out of control. I hate being tied down. You better change this nasty habit today." Saying that, he slammed the door. "You should stay in here. Narrow-minded and jealous as you are, we can't enjoy ourselves with you around." Claire looked smug as she provocatively held on to Mason's arm. "Don't worry, you stay here. We'll call you when the game's over." On my wedding day, my husband shut me out. I was forced to watch him act all intimate with another woman while the guests gossiped, holding their envelopes. Just thinking about it made me feel pathetic and ridiculous. But everyone else seemed to think it was completely normal. They weren't surprised by Mason and Claire's flirting. In fact, they acted like my role as the clown and all of this was perfectly natural. In the past, I would have flipped the table and screamed at everyone. It would have ended in an ugly argument. Mason would say that he and Claire were just friends and I was the one with dirty thoughts. He would be disappointed in me, claiming I was ruining everything and didn't trust him. No matter what I said, he would give me the silent treatment and even meet up with Claire on purpose just to make me jealous, until I finally begged for forgiveness like a dog. Only then would he interrogate me, making me admit I was possessive to the point of being irrational and that I needed to trust him unconditionally. Over the years, through constant manipulation, I had turned into a lunatic who followed Mason's every word. Even on our wedding day, I still found myself instinctively questioning whether I was overthinking things. But deep down, I knew it was them who were in the wrong. The door closed, cutting off the view, and only the noise of laughter and chaos from outside could be heard. I leaned against the window, watching the lively scene below. My friends followed behind, fuming with anger. This is just too much. If this wedding doesn't happen, who cares anyway? But any more words were quickly swallowed as they glanced at my expression and chose not to continue. Everyone thought this wedding wasn't Mason's idea, but something I had begged for. Not long ago, Mason said he wanted to marry me, and I agreed. I had naively believed that after 8 years of waiting, I was finally going to get my happy ending. But today's events were like cold water waking me up. My best friend Sophie, who had spoken up for me earlier, was frustrated beyond words. "You've been humiliated like this, and you still want to marry him?" I looked at Sophie and said, "Then I won't." As I spoke, I started taking off the golden hairpins and jewelry. Sophie was startled and quickly stopped me. "Are you crazy?" But what I did next really shocked everyone there. I looked in the mirror, pulling out the golden pins that held my hair one by one. With every accessory that dropped onto the vanity, I felt like I was shedding not only the weight of the hairstyle, but also years of humiliation and manipulation. Sophie stood by my side, holding my arm, looking at me as if I'd lost my mind. But for the first time in a long while, I was completely clear-headed. "Audrey, you don't have to do this. Not like this," she whispered, her voice filled with concern. I looked at her, but said nothing. There was a deep, unfamiliar silence inside me. The anger that would usually explode in a moment like this was now contained, cold and calculated. I knew exactly what I needed to do. There were no more tears to shed, no more fights to be had. I was exhausted. 8 years. 8 years of my life wasted waiting for a future Mason had never intended to give me. I removed the last pin, letting my hair fall loosely over my shoulders. Sophie watched, restless. "What are you going to do?" she asked anxiously. "What I should have done a long time ago," I replied, standing up from the chair. At last, the moment I opened the door to the room, more laughter echoed from the hall. Mason was sitting there next to Claire, laughing loudly with everyone around them cheering him on. They didn't have a single worry. To them, I was nothing more than an obstacle to their fun. The woman he had promised to love, honor, and cherish was just an insignificant detail in Mason's grand spectacle of life. I walked down the corridor and into the hall with steady steps. The people around stopped laughing, turning to look at me, not with concern or respect, but with sheer curiosity. I was the main act in the circus Mason had created, and like the expert manipulator he was ready to ridicule me publicly if I dared to explode. But I wouldn't give him that satisfaction. Mason looked at me with a smug smile. "Oh, you finally came out. I hope you've cooled off," he said, holding Claire's hand as if nothing was out of the ordinary. "I have," I said, my voice calm, almost unsettlingly so. "And I've made a decision." Mason raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh yeah? And what's that?" "I'm not marrying you." A heavy silence fell over the room. All eyes were on us, like an audience witnessing the climax of a long-awaited drama. Mason's smug expression faltered for a second, but he quickly recovered it. "Don't be dramatic, Audrey. It's just a game. Remember? You're overreacting." "No, Mason. The overreaction was believing you loved me. The mistake was thinking you could ever be a man worth respecting. But the truth is you never intended to be. And you know what? I'm done being the clown in this relationship." Claire tried to hide her grin, but failed miserably. She looked satisfied with herself, as if she'd won some kind of competition. I stared directly at her, unblinking, and continued, "You can have him, Claire. He's exactly your level. Two selfish cowards who deserve each other." Her grin vanished, replaced by a flicker of annoyance. Before she could respond, I turned to Mason. "And you, good luck. I hope she treats you the same way you treated me all these years. Maybe when it's too late, you'll finally realize what you lost." He started to get up, but I raised my hand to stop him. "No, there's nothing left to say. The show's over for me." I turned toward the guests, most of whom held envelopes stuffed with money, their eyes wide with shock. "Oh, and for those who brought gifts, leave them with the happy couple. They need them more than I do." And with that, I walked out of the hall, feeling all their stunned gazes trailing behind me. Sophie hurried after me, unable to hide her proud smile. "I've never been so proud of you," she said. I exhaled, but it was a breath of relief, not sorrow. "So am I, Sophie. So am I." We walked together into the night, the cool air wrapping around me like a liberating breeze. For the first time in a very long while, I felt like I could breathe. There were no more doubts, no second-guessing what I should have done or said. I was free. As I walked out of that hall, something inside me shifted. For years, I had been nothing more than a puppet in Mason's hands, trapped in a never-ending cycle of empty promises and emotional manipulation. But now I was free, and not just free to move on, free to make sure he never forgot the mistake of underestimating me. Sophie followed me to the parking lot, the cool night breeze cutting through the silence between us. I stopped in front of her car, and for the first time in a long while, I let out a low, bitter laugh. She looked at me curiously, but didn't say a word. I knew what I was about to do wouldn't make sense to many people, but I didn't care. This night wasn't going to end peacefully, not for Mason. "It's starting, Sophie," I said, looking her straight in the eye. "This is the last time anyone laughs at me without consequences." She smiled back, the kind of smile only a true friend can give. She knew that whatever I was planning wasn't reckless. Sophie had watched me silently for years as I lost parts of myself for a love that never really existed. But tonight would be different. "What do you need?" she asked without hesitation. "First, I need time. Enough time for him to think he's gotten away with it." The following week, I cut all contact with Mason and anyone connected to him. I disappeared without explanations, leaving no trace. I let him believe that my departure was impulsive, something he could ignore and move on from. That's how Mason dealt with everything. He ignored it until reality vanished. And for a while, that's exactly what he did. I knew he'd move in with Claire as soon as he could. He was predictable, a walking cliché who thought he was special. Tracking their every move was easy thanks to Claire's obnoxiously public social media posts. Pictures of vacations, expensive dinners, and sickly sweet captions that made anyone want to gag. The perfect life, or so they thought. Meanwhile, I quietly laid the groundwork for my plan. I went back to school and built something Mason never thought I was capable of. A small consulting firm dedicated to helping women in situations similar to mine. Success came quickly. Within months, I had a solid network of clients and contacts. Each woman who came to me became another piece in the puzzle of my revenge. At the same time, I started gathering information. Nothing obvious, just small details about Mason and Claire's finances, their lifestyle, and most importantly, their debts. Mason had always been terrible with money, and Claire even worse. It didn't take long to discover they were teetering on the edge of financial ruin, sustaining their flashy lifestyle with loans and empty promises. And that's when I made my move. I sent Claire an anonymous message hinting at a secret about Mason, that he had still been in contact with me all along. It wasn't true, of course, but Claire was predictable. She confronted him within hours, and the fights began to spiral out of control. Every word she hurled at him was another dagger in the fragile trust they had built. Mason tried calling me several times, but I never answered. With each attempt, I knew he was losing control, something he despised. His insecurity festered like poison. Meanwhile, Claire began to pull away, unable to handle the idea that Mason had never truly loved her. The happy social media posts slowed down, the vacations stopped. The fairy tale they tried to sell to the world was falling apart, and I had barely started. Then I went after their weakest point, the house they had bought together. Using the information I had gathered, I discovered they had used the house as collateral for a loan they couldn't afford. With the help of contacts from my consulting network, I quietly purchased the debt. Legally, the house was now mine. The morning Mason and Claire received the eviction notice, I imagined the panic on their faces. Claire would beg for a solution, and Mason, stubborn and proud, would refuse help from anyone, exactly as I had planned. Then I made my entrance. I waited until they were at their breaking point before arranging a meeting with Mason. I chose a small, quiet cafe, and when he arrived, he looked worn down and defeated. For the first time in years, he no longer carried the arrogance that had once defined him. "Audrey," he began, frustration heavy in his voice. "Please, we need to talk. This has gone too far." I smiled a cold, distant smile and stared him down. "No, Mason, it's gone just far enough." He looked at me, confusion flickering across his face as he tried to understand how I had flipped the game on him. It was a look I had waited years to see. "Why are you doing this?" he asked, as if he were the victim in all of this. Because for years you made me your joke. You turned me into a toy for your amusement. And now I've decided it's my turn to play. He opened his mouth to respond, but I raised a hand to silence him. Oh, and by the way, Claire already called me. She's done. She's leaving you. Mason paled. He knew he had lost not just the house, but the only person foolish enough to tolerate his lies and manipulation. What do you want? He asked quietly. I leaned in closer, keeping my gaze locked on his. I want you to feel exactly what I felt all these years. Insignificant and alone. With that, I left him sitting there, drowning in his own misery. There was nothing more to say. My revenge was complete, and the best part? I didn't need him or anything he thought I wanted. I had my freedom, my success, and finally the peace he could never take from me. As I stepped out of the cafe and felt the cool air on my face, a genuine smile spread across my lips. Mason was the past, and as for me, I was just the beginning of my own future. After that meeting with Mason, something inside me changed for good. It wasn't just the feeling of victory over someone who hurt me. It was something deeper. For the first time in years, I felt light, as if I had finally let go of an anchor that had been dragging me down. The revenge was complete, but more importantly, I was at peace. From that moment on, my life only got better. I redirected all the energy I had wasted on Mason into myself and my projects. My consulting business grew faster than I could have ever imagined. Every woman I helped rebuild her life was like another brick in the foundation of a new version of me. Strong, free, and fulfilled. Soon I expanded my business. I opened branches in other cities and built a team of people who shared my vision. In less than 2 years, my company became a well-known name in the field of women's empowerment and support. I was invited to speak at conferences, events, and interviews, and before I knew it, I had become a respected public figure. Life also surprised me in ways I never expected. I met new people, friends who genuinely cared about me, not for what they could take from me, but for who I was. And one day, unexpectedly, I met someone special. It wasn't the kind of love that burns and consumes like what I thought I had with Mason. It was calm, secure, and mutual, something I had never experienced before. Personally, I decided to enjoy the little things in life. I traveled to places I had always wanted to visit, allowed myself to live new experiences, and rediscovered who I was without external pressure. I took courses I never thought I'd take, pursued hobbies I had been curious about but had never explored out of fear of being ridiculous. Today, my life is a sequence of small joys and significant accomplishments. As for Mason, he got lost along the way. With Claire out of his life and without the financial support he had always taken for granted, he sank into debt and loneliness. I heard rumors that he tried to regain the lifestyle he used to flaunt, but no one was willing to help him anymore. The people who used to surround him vanished, and over time, he became a shadow of the man he once thought he was. People sometimes ask me if I feel sorry for him. Honestly, I don't wish Mason harm. My revenge was never about destroying him completely. It was about setting myself free, and that's exactly what I did. He no longer occupies space in my mind or my heart. He's a closed chapter, a lesson learned. When I look back on the past, I don't feel sadness or regret. In fact, I feel grateful for having gone through it all, and most of all, for having had the courage to turn the page and rewrite my story. Today, my life is exactly as it should be. And the most important thing? It's mine. Now on to the next story. Story 4. I'm Justin, 28, and up until a few months ago, I was the guy who kept the family running financially, at least. Rent payments, I made them. Internet bill in my name. Even my brother's car insurance was quietly auto-paid from my account because apparently I was the responsible one. I didn't complain too much because I had a good job in tech, lived comfortably, and honestly thought helping them out was just what you did when you loved your family. That changed the night I got that text. I had just finished a late shift, sitting on my couch with takeout when my phone buzzed. I'm quitting my job. You'll cover my rent. No question mark. No, please. Just a statement like I was some sort of family ATM. For context, my brother Kyle is 25 and has always been the golden child. Growing up, he was the kid who could do no wrong. Missed assignments were my fault for distracting him. Broken windows were blamed on me even when I wasn't home. I'd hoped adulthood would even things out, but nope. If anything, it got worse because now money was involved. I stared at the message for a full minute, chopsticks suspended midair. I could feel that familiar wave of irritation rising in my chest, the one I'd swallowed 1,000 times before. I typed back, "Pay it yourself," and hit send before I could overthink it. 5 minutes later, I was pulling up the contract I'd been offered for a job overseas, a position I'd been hesitating to take because of family obligations. That night, I signed it. An hour later, my phone buzzed again. This time, it was my mom. "Don't come home for Christmas until you co-sign his $200,000 loan." My jaw dropped. $200,000 for what exactly? Kyle's latest business idea, a sneaker reselling startup, had already crashed and burned 6 months ago. He still owed me for the shipping fees I'd spotted him back then. And now my mom was issuing ultimatums like I was some kind of villain for not bankrupting myself on his behalf. I didn't reply right away. Instead, I sat in silence, letting it all sink in. The years of being the fallback plan, the fixer, the quiet provider. My hands were shaking, but not from anger, from clarity. Something in me clicked that night. I got up, grabbed my laptop, and went through every single account with my name attached. Utilities, streaming services, phone plans, you name it. One by one, I removed my payment info. By the time I went to bed, the only thing I still paid for was my own rent. And that was only for another 2 weeks until my move. By morning, my phone looked like a slot machine going off. 52 missed calls, 17 texts from mom, 10 from dad, and Kyle spamming the family group chat with messages like, "Are you crazy?" and "I'm going to lose my place." I just set the phone down, made coffee, and watched the sunrise like nothing happened. For the first time in years, I felt free. Later that day, Mom called me again, voicemail this time, her tone sharp enough to cut glass. "Justin, what did you do? The internet's down. Your brother can't make his car payment and your father is furious. Fix this now or don't bother coming home." I didn't fix it. Instead, I poured myself into preparing for my move. Every box I taped shut felt like a small act of rebellion. At work, I started handing projects off to coworkers, secretly enjoying how light my calendar was getting. But the messages from my family didn't stop. If anything, they escalated. Kyle started sending me photos of eviction notices as if guilt-tripping me would magically make me open my wallet. Mom shifted from angry to pleading, saying I was tearing the family apart. Dad even left me a voice message calling me selfish and ungrateful, which made me laugh out loud in my empty apartment. That laughter died down quickly, though, when they showed up at my place unannounced 2 nights before my flight. I opened the door to find Mom and Kyle standing there, faces stormy. Mom pushed past me into the apartment without waiting for an invitation, and Kyle followed, arms crossed. "You can't just abandon us," Mom said, voice trembling. "Your brother's life is falling apart." I leaned against the counter, arms folded. "You mean the life where I pay for everything while he plays video games all day? Yeah, that life's over." Kyle's face went red. "I told you, I'm quitting to focus on my real career. This is what family does. They invest in each other." "Funny," I said, "because I don't remember anyone investing in me when I was working double shifts in college just to afford textbooks." Mom gasped like I'd slapped her. "That's not fair," she said, but there was something flickering in her eyes. Guilt, maybe. Before I could press further, Kyle slammed his hand on the table. "If you don't co-sign the loan, I swear, I'll cut him off." "You'll what?" "Not talk to me. Promise." The room went dead quiet, the kind of silence that feels heavy enough to crush you. Mom finally grabbed Kyle's arm and pulled him toward the door, muttering something about seeing what Dad has to say about this. The door slammed behind them, leaving me standing in the middle of my half-packed apartment, heart pounding. I thought that would be the end of it, that they'd go home, cool off, and let it go. But I was wrong. The next morning, I got an email from my bank about a suspicious attempt to access my account. Then another from my credit card company about a declined application for a $50,000 line of credit in my name. And that's when I realized this wasn't just about money anymore. This was war. I sat staring at my laptop screen long after the email notification faded. A $50,000 line of credit attempted in my name. My first thought was that it had to be a mistake, some random identity theft attempt. But when I called the bank and confirmed that the application had been filled out using my address, my phone number, and even my middle name, a chill ran through me. Only a handful of people knew all that information, and 3 of them were currently blowing up my phone. The bank rep on the line was professional but curious. "Do you know a Kyle?" she asked. My stomach dropped. "He listed himself as an authorized user on the account you were supposedly opening." I hung up, paced my apartment, and tried to calm my racing thoughts. This wasn't just entitlement anymore. This was fraud. Kyle had crossed a line, and my parents were enabling it, maybe even cheering him on. Not 30 minutes later, my mom called again. Voice sugary sweet like nothing had happened the night before. "Justin, sweetheart, I talked to your father. We think the best thing is for you to just co-sign for Kyle. It'll save everyone the trouble. He's been through so much lately." I didn't answer right away. I wanted to scream, but something in me refused to give her the satisfaction of a reaction. "You mean the trouble of committing fraud?" I finally said, my tone flat. There was silence on the other end for a moment before Mom snapped. "Don't be dramatic. Kyle was just trying to help you understand how serious this is. You're being selfish." That word again, selfish. It hit me like a slap. I thought of the years I'd spent covering their emergencies, driving home from college on weekends just to mow the lawn so Dad wouldn't have to, paying for Mom's car repairs when she said she was short this month. And now I was selfish. I hung up before she could say anything else. The next few days were a blur of escalation. Kyle posted passive-aggressive memes on Facebook about brothers who don't care about family, tagging me in some of them. My dad sent me a long email calling me immature and vindictive and accusing me of tearing the family apart for something as small as money. I kept packing, but the worst was still to come. The night before my movers were scheduled to arrive, I got a group text from Mom. "Family meeting tomorrow, 6 p.m., non-negotiable." I didn't reply. At exactly 6 o'clock the next day, just as the movers were hauling my couch out of the apartment, my parents and Kyle showed up again, this time with my dad leading the charge. He didn't even say hello. "What is wrong with you?" he barked, stepping into my half-empty apartment like he owned the place. "Dad, no," he interrupted, jabbing a finger at me. "You think you can just walk away from your responsibilities? You think you can leave this family in shambles while you run off to play expat somewhere? You're not a child, Justin. You don't get to abandon your brother." I could feel my jaw tightening, my nails digging into my palms. "I'm not abandoning anyone," I said quietly. "I'm just not your doormat anymore." Kyle rolled his eyes dramatically. "You're overreacting. It's just a cosign. Literally just a signature. You make good money. Why are you being so difficult?" "Because I don't trust you," I said, locking eyes with him. And judging by the attempted credit line in my name, I was right not to. Mom gasped. "You had no right to snoop into that." I laughed, a bitter, humorless sound that surprised even me. "Snoop?" They called me Mom, because apparently my brother can't even commit fraud properly. The room went quiet for a beat. Dad's face turned a shade of red I'd never seen before. "Watch your tone," he growled. "You don't speak to your mother like that. She doesn't get to defend fraud." I shot back. For a moment, no one said anything. The movers carried another box past us, glancing nervously at the tension crackling in the air. Finally, Dad said, "If you walk out that door, don't bother coming back." It should have hurt more than it did, but all I felt was this strange, calm clarity, like I'd been holding my breath for years and was finally exhaling. "I wasn't planning to," I said simply. Kyle muttered something under his breath about me being a failure, and I saw Mom put a hand on his arm like she was afraid he'd push it too far. "Let's just go," she said finally, voice tight. "We can figure this out without him." As they left, Dad slammed the door hard enough to rattle the frame. The apartment was suddenly silent again, except for the sound of the movers loading the last few boxes into the truck. That night, I sat on the bare floor of my apartment, eating cold pizza straight from the box and thinking about how things had gotten to this point. There had always been favoritism, the extra Christmas gifts for Kyle, the way my parents always took his side no matter what. But this was something else entirely. This was deliberate, malicious even. The next morning, I woke up to find that my email inbox had exploded. My parents had copied me on a thread they'd sent to the entire extended family. Aunts, uncles, cousins, accusing me of financially abandoning Kyle and breaking the family apart. Some of the replies were sympathetic, but a few of my relatives jumped in to lecture me, saying I should step up as the older brother. And remember, blood is thicker than water. Felt like I was being put on trial. And for the first time in my life, I didn't feel guilty about it. If anything, their desperation just made me surer that I was doing the right thing. But then Kyle did something I couldn't have predicted. He showed up at my work. I was in the middle of my final team meeting when the receptionist pinged me on Slack. "Hey, there's a guy here asking for you. Says he's your brother." I stepped out into the lobby and there he was, looking smug, arms crossed like he just caught me doing something wrong. "We need to talk," he said loudly enough that people turned their heads. I grabbed his arm and steered him outside. "What are you doing here?" I hissed. He smirked. "You wouldn't answer your phone, so I figured I'd bring the message to you. This is your last chance. Co-sign the loan, or Mom and Dad are cutting you out for good." Something in me snapped. "Good," I said, my voice calm but icy. "Do it." His smirk faltered for just a second, but he quickly recovered. "You'll regret this." I watched him walk away, my hands trembling. Not from fear this time, from adrenaline. Whatever came next, I wasn't going to play defense anymore. Because at that moment, I realized they still thought they had power over me. And maybe they did, but not for much longer. The night after Kyle showed up at my office, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the conversation in my head, the smug look on his face, the way he said, "You'll regret this," like it was a promise. I had this uneasy feeling in my gut. Not fear exactly, but anticipation. Like standing at the edge of a cliff, waiting for the ground to give way. 2 days later, it did. I came home from running errands to find a letter taped to my apartment door. At first, I thought it was just another notice from my landlord about my move-out inspection. But when I tore it open, my stomach sank. It was from my bank, an official notice that a wire transfer had been initiated from my savings account. I dropped everything and sprinted inside, grabbing my laptop and logging into my online banking. The transfer was real. $7,500 sent to an account I didn't recognize. I called the bank immediately, panic making my voice shake. After 30 minutes on hold and 3 transfers between departments, they told me the account belonged to a joint holder and that the transfer had been initiated in person. I felt the blood drain from my face. A joint holder. There was only one person who still had access to that account. Kyle. Years ago, when I was in college, my parents had convinced me to add him as a backup signatory just in case something ever happened to me. I never thought about it again. Now, he had walked into the bank and stolen my money legally. I sat there in stunned silence as the banker politely explained that there was nothing they could do since it was a shared account. My voice cracked when I asked, "Can you at least tell me what the withdrawal memo said?" There was a pause, and then the banker said, "It just says, family loan repayment." Family loan repayment. My brother had stolen from me and labeled it like I owed him money. When I confronted my parents that night over the phone, I was shaking so hard I almost dropped the device. "He took $7,500 from me," I shouted. Mom didn't miss a beat. "He told us. And frankly, Justin, you should be proud of him for finally taking some initiative to solve his problems." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Proud of him? He stole from me. "You gave him access," Dad said flatly. "It's not stealing if you gave permission. That permission was 10 years ago." I shot back. "He was supposed to use it only in an emergency." "This is an emergency," Mom said, her voice rising. "Your brother is on the verge of losing his home because of your stubbornness." I felt something inside me snap. "No, Mom. He's on the verge of losing his home because he quit his job and refuses to take responsibility for anything, and you are enabling him." She went quiet for a moment, then said coldly, "If you're so worried about money, maybe you shouldn't be wasting it moving to another country. Stay here and work this out like a man." That sentence hit me harder than I expected. Like a man. As if moving overseas for a better job, one that would double my salary and open new doors for my career, wasn't manly enough. As if my entire life's worth was measured by how much I could sacrifice for Kyle. I hung up without saying goodbye. The next day, things escalated again. I got an email from my landlord saying that my lease had been terminated early at the request of a family member. At first, I thought it had to be a mistake, but when I called the office, they confirmed that someone claiming to be my co-signer had come in and filed the paperwork. "I don't have a co-signer," I said through gritted teeth. "Well, this person had all the documents," the property manager said nervously. "Your lease, your ID number. They even had a copy of your driver's license." I nearly dropped the phone. I knew exactly who had access to that kind of information. My parents. By the time I drove to the leasing office in person, it was too late. The termination had already been processed. My security deposit flagged for refund, and the apartment listed online as available immediately. I sat in my car outside the leasing office, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. They were actively sabotaging my life now, not just guilt-tripping or pressuring me, but tearing down everything I had built. That night, as I packed the last of my belongings into boxes, Kyle showed up again. This time, he didn't knock. He just let himself in using the spare key my parents still had. "You have to stop this," he said like I was the one causing trouble. I stood up so fast the chair nearly tipped over. "Stop this? You stole from me. You canceled my lease. You're trying to ruin my life." He shrugged, leaning against the doorway like he owned the place. "You brought this on yourself. If you just signed the loan paperwork, none of this would have happened. Mom and Dad said it was the only way to get through to you." I felt my hands trembling, not from fear this time, but from sheer rage. "Get out," I said quietly. He smirked. "Or what? You'll call the cops? Go ahead. Tell them you gave me permission to use the account." I walked to the door, opened it, and pointed outside. "Out. Now." He held my gaze for a moment, then laughed. Actually laughed, as he strolled past me. "You'll cave eventually. You always do." When the door clicked shut behind him, I sank onto the floor, my chest heaving. For the first time, I didn't cry. I didn't feel sad. I felt cold, like something inside me had turned to stone. The next morning, I changed every lock, every password, and closed every account that still had Kyle's name on it. I filed a report with the bank, not because I expected them to fix it, but because I wanted a paper trail. And then I called HR at my job and asked them to move my start date overseas up by 2 weeks. If I stayed here any longer, I knew they'd find another way to sabotage me. 2 days later, I got one last blow. An email from my cousin who apparently thought he was helping. It was a screenshot of the family group chat I'd been removed from. "Dad, he's lost. We did what we could. If he ends up broke and alone, that's on him. Mom, don't talk to him until he apologizes and signs the papers. Kyle, he will. He's not strong enough to last without us." I stared at those words for a long time, then closed the email. Something about seeing it written out like that, their complete confidence that I would eventually crawl back, lit a fire in me. Because if there's one thing I've always been, it's stubborn. And if they thought I'd break, they were about to find out just how wrong they were. This wasn't just about money anymore. This was about freedom, about taking my life back piece by piece and making sure they could never do this to me again. The morning after reading that group chat screenshot, I woke up in an apartment that didn't feel like mine anymore. Half-packed boxes were stacked everywhere. The couch was gone, and the air felt heavy, stale, like even the walls were holding their breath. I sat there in the quiet for a long time, staring at the floor. It hit me all at once. I didn't really have a home anymore. Not here. Not with them. Even when I'd been living here comfortably, I'd still been tethered to them by 1,000 invisible threads. Shared bills, emergency phone calls, guilt trips disguised as family favors. Now those threads had been burned one by one, and I was sitting in the ashes wondering if I'd done the right thing by lighting the match. I'll admit it. Part of me wanted to give in, to just sign the stupid loan papers, swallow my pride, and have peace again. To be invited back into the group chat, to get the good son pat on the head, to pretend like nothing had happened. But every time that thought crept in, I pictured Kyle's smirk as he walked out of my apartment. "You'll cave eventually." That line was like gasoline on a fire. I went through my day like a ghost after that. I still had 2 weeks left at my job before flying out, but even work felt different now. I stopped talking much in meetings. Coworkers would ask me how things were going, and I'd just shrug, offering some vague, "Oh, busy." Because how do you casually explain that your own family is trying to financially kneecap you? At night, I barely slept. Every sound outside made me sit up, half expecting to see Kyle at my door again, demanding something. I'd lie awake staring at the ceiling, replaying everything. The years of sacrifices, the little moments where I'd brushed off their favoritism because that's just how family is. It was like watching a movie of my own life, but finally seeing all the plot holes, all the places I should have spoken up but didn't. The worst moment came a few days later when I went to grab a coffee on my lunch break and ran into my aunt. She gave me that pitying look, the one that says they've already chosen a side. "Justin, sweetheart," she said, placing a hand on my arm. "You know your parents are just doing what's best for Kyle, right? He's younger. He needs more help. You're older. You can handle things on your own." I nodded politely and mumbled something about being late, but inside I was screaming. Why was it always on me to handle everything? When did being the older sibling become a lifetime contract to clean up someone else's messes? That night, sitting on the bare floor with a half-eaten sandwich beside me, I felt the weight of everything pressing down at once. I hadn't heard from any relatives except that one aunt. My parents hadn't texted in 3 days, which was almost worse than when they were bombarding me. The silence felt like exile. I'll be honest, that was my lowest point. I felt completely cut off, like I'd lost my family and was losing myself too. For a moment, I wondered if maybe they were right. Maybe I really was selfish. Maybe I should have just kept paying for everything and avoided this mess. But then I looked around my apartment. The empty shelves, the boxes labeled with my name, the plain ticket confirmation sitting on the counter, and something shifted. I realized I wasn't losing myself. I was finding myself. This was the first time in years I was making decisions purely for me, not filtered through will this upset Dad or does this inconvenience Kyle. The thought was scary, but it was also liberating. The next morning I made a list, not of revenge plans, not yet, just a list of every single thing that still tied me to them. Joint accounts, shared logins, even the stupid streaming service my brother used every night. I spent the whole day closing them one by one, calling customer service reps, resetting passwords. Each confirmation email felt like a tiny step toward breathing again. When I finally closed the last one, I sat back in my chair and felt lighter than I had in weeks. I didn't tell my family I was leaving early. I didn't tell them anything. I stopped replying to messages altogether, stopped opening their emails. At work, I smiled more even though I didn't feel like it. It wasn't happiness, not yet, but it was relief. The night before my flight, I packed the last of my things and took one last walk through the apartment. I stood in the doorway, remembering all the nights I'd sat here stressed out about bills that weren't even mine, about fixing problems that weren't mine. And for the first time, I felt no urge to fix anything. I left my keys on the counter and shut the door behind me. The airport was quiet when I arrived. That strange, hushed feeling of late-night terminals. I sat by the gate, scrolling through my phone, and saw one last text from Mom pop up. "We heard you're leaving. If you do this, you're not welcome back." I stared at it for a long time, then put my phone face down on the seat next to me. Because the truth was, I wasn't planning on going back. Somewhere over the Atlantic, as the plane hummed quietly and the cabin lights dimmed, I opened my laptop and started writing. Not an angry email, not a plea for understanding, but notes, records, dates, amounts, screenshots of the withdrawal, copies of the bank correspondence. If Kyle and my parents wanted to play dirty, I would be ready next time. And there would be a next time. People like them didn't just stop when they ran out of money. They got creative. I wasn't sure what my plan was yet, but I knew this much. I was done playing defense. Touching down in a new country felt like stepping into a completely different life. And in a way it was. The first thing I noticed was the air. It was crisp, cold, and smelled faintly of the sea. Nothing like the heavy, stale air back home. The cab ride to my new apartment was quiet, just the hum of the tires on wet pavement and the soft glow of streetlights flashing by. For the first time in weeks, my shoulders unclenched. My new place wasn't fancy, just a one-bedroom near the city center with plain white walls and a view of the rooftops. But it was mine. No spare keys floating around in other people's pockets. No one else's name on the lease. No passive-aggressive posts on the fridge reminding me to pick up something for someone else. The first night, I sat on the floor eating takeout from a little shop downstairs, listening to the sounds of a new city outside my window. It was quiet. Not the kind of silence that felt like punishment, but the kind that felt like possibility. The job itself was better than I expected. My new team actually respected me not just for my technical skills, but for my ideas. On my second week, I proposed a new process to streamline a system they'd been struggling with for months, and by Friday, my manager was congratulating me in front of the entire department. That small moment lit something up in me. I'd forgotten what it felt like to be appreciated without strings attached. I started throwing myself into the work. Late nights at the office, coffee-fueled brainstorming sessions, slowly earning a reputation as the go-to problem solver. The paycheck reflected it, too. The overseas salary combined with a generous relocation bonus meant I was saving more than I ever had before. I opened new accounts, this time with nobody else's name on them, and began building a financial cushion. It was addicting watching my savings grow. Every deposit felt like a brick in the wall I was building between myself and the chaos back home. But it wasn't just money. I started working out again, something I hadn't done seriously since college. At first, it was just morning runs along the river, but soon I joined a local gym. There was something therapeutic about pushing weight around, feeling my body get stronger as my mind got clearer. I made friends, too. Real friends, not just people who tolerated me because I was useful. My coworkers invited me out for drinks after work, and one of them, a guy named Theo, became my closest friend in the city. He was blunt in that way only new friends can be. "You don't talk about your family much," he said one night over beers. I hesitated, then told him everything. All of it. The loan, the fraud, the sabotage. He just whistled low when I finished. "Man," he said, shaking his head, "that's not a family. That's a hostile takeover." I laughed harder than I had in months. It was around that time that my parents tried to reach out again. I got an email from my dad full of clipped sentences. "We need to talk. Kyle is in trouble. Call us." I didn't reply. Instead, I kept building. I started taking on freelance work on the side, funneling the extra income into investments. By month 3, I had more in my emergency fund than I'd ever had in my life. By month 6, I'd completely rebuilt my credit profile, removing Kyle's old access permissions and freezing my credit reports back home. That was when I got the first taste of poetic justice. I got a letter from the bank notifying me that someone had attempted to open another account in my name and had been denied. I smiled, imagining Kyle's face when the clerk told him, "Sorry, sir. We can't process this without the primary account holder's authorization." By then, I'd stopped checking the family group chat screenshots my cousin occasionally sent me. They were all variations of the same thing. Mom complaining that I'd abandoned them, Dad saying I needed to grow up, Kyle posting his usual dramatic one-liners. I wasn't angry anymore. I wasn't even hurt. I was amused, because while they were busy trying to guilt-trip me, I was leveling up. By the end of my first year abroad, I'd been promoted. The raise was substantial enough that I could finally start thinking long-term. I opened a retirement account, started building a stock portfolio, even looked at buying property. And then something unexpected happened. Opportunity came knocking. Through work, I got connected to a small startup looking for investors. Their product was brilliant, and thanks to my new savings, I could afford to buy in early. I ran the numbers, did the research, and took the leap. 3 months later, the startup landed a major contract, and my investment doubled. That was the moment it clicked. For years, I'd been pouring money into black holes, family emergencies, unpaid debts, Kyle's endless disasters, and getting nothing back. Now, for the first time, I was putting my resources into something that paid me back tenfold. I sat there staring at the notification from my investment app, a slow smile spreading across my face. I was no longer the family fixer. I was the guy with options. And that's when the phone calls started again. First from Mom, tearful this time. "Justin, your brother is in a lot of trouble. He's being sued. He needs help." I listened, then hung up. Then from Dad, angrier. "You think this is funny? Your brother's future is on the line." I didn't even answer. And then a message from Kyle himself. The first direct contact since the day he'd laughed in my apartment. "You win. Congratulations, but you're going to regret letting this happen." I stared at the message for a long time, then closed my phone and went back to my work. Because by then, I had something they didn't know about: leverage. Between the financial records I'd saved, the proof of the unauthorized transfer, and the trail of attempted credit applications, I had everything I needed to turn the tables if I wanted to. I wasn't sure when or how I'd use it yet, but the day was coming. And when it did, I wasn't just going to defend myself. I was going to make sure they could never put me in that position again. The moment I realized I had leverage, it was like a switch flipped in my brain. For months, I had been on the defensive, reacting, dodging, surviving. But now, the balance was shifting. I wasn't rushing into anything, though. This wasn't about screaming matches or impulsive payback. If I was going to strike back, it had to be clean, thought out, permanent. I started by organizing every scrap of evidence I had. It became my late-night ritual. After work, I'd sit at my kitchen table with my laptop, headphones in, and pull everything into a single folder: screenshots of bank statements, PDF copies of credit alerts, even my old chat logs with Mom and Dad. I highlighted dates, underlined names. Piece by piece, I built a timeline, a clear picture of how my family had escalated from asking for help to sabotaging my life. The more I pieced it together, the more obvious it became. This wasn't just one bad decision. It was a pattern, a years-long cycle of entitlement and manipulation that I had kept alive by saying yes over and over. One night, while combing through old emails, I found something that made me stop cold. It was a scanned copy of the emergency access form for the bank account Kyle had drained. My parents had signed as witnesses. Not illegal, but it was clear they had been in on it from the beginning. I sat back, staring at the screen. They hadn't just enabled him after the fact. They had been part of the plan to keep me financially exposed, probably from the day I opened that account. That was when I knew this wasn't just going to be about getting my money back. It was going to be about taking back control of my name, my credit, my future, everything they had tried to weaponize. Around this time, my life overseas was hitting a new peak. The startup I had invested in was taking off faster than anyone expected, and my early buy-in meant my shares were worth nearly triple what I'd put in. My boss noticed how calm I was under pressure and offered me a leadership position. Suddenly, I was managing a team, traveling to conferences, and speaking on panels about project strategy. At one of those conferences, I met a lawyer who specialized in cross-border finance and identity protection. Over drinks, I casually asked him what someone could do if a family member had abused their access to a shared account. His answer was music to my ears. If you can prove malicious intent, you can not only recover the funds, but pursue damages, especially if they tried to use your credit without consent. That night, I hired him. We started with a full audit of every account I'd had since college. It was eye-opening. There were transactions I'd never seen before, small withdrawals here and there that I'd never noticed because I was too busy working and paying bills to look closely. By the time the lawyer was done, the total Kyle had siphoned off over the years was nearly $15,000. That's not counting what they cost you in lease termination fees and credit damage, my lawyer said, adjusting his glasses. If we go after them, we can make this more than just repayment. We can make it sting. For the first time in a long time, I smiled a real smile. But I didn't rush to file anything. Instead, I took my time building a case so airtight that even my parents couldn't twist it into a misunderstanding. I got written statements from the bank clerks who had seen Kyle come in to make the withdrawals. I gathered screenshots of every attempt they'd made to open credit in my name. I even had a copy of the email where Mom had admitted they needed to get through to me. Proof of intent. While I built the case, I kept my silence. I didn't respond to calls, didn't rise to bait in the family group chat, which, thanks to my cousin, I still had eyes on. They thought I was still sulking, which was perfect. Then came the break I hadn't expected. One morning, Theo, my friend and coworker, dropped by my office with a grin. "You'll never believe who I ran into at the coffee shop," he said. "Some guy complaining about his business partner running off with his money. He mentioned your hometown." I frowned. "My hometown?" "Yeah." Guy's name was Mark. Said he partnered with someone named Kyle on a sneaker resale venture, but the guy flaked on payments. Sounded like he's considering legal action. I felt a slow, cold satisfaction creep in. Of course Kyle was still running his little schemes. Of course he was burning bridges back home, just like he'd done with me. Later that night, I tracked Mark down through LinkedIn and sent him a polite message. Within a day, he called me, and what he told me nearly made me laugh out loud. Kyle had taken $20,000 from him as an investment in a new sneaker shop, then used most of it to pay off overdue rent and car payments. The business never materialized. Mark had been trying to get answers for months, but kept getting excuses. I asked him if he had documentation, contracts, receipts, messages. He did. With his permission, I sent copies to my lawyer. "This strengthens your case," the lawyer said immediately. "It shows a clear pattern of financial misconduct. If we tie it together, it'll be very hard for them to claim ignorance." At this point, I wasn't just planning to recover my money. I was starting to think bigger. What if I could put a permanent stop to Kyle's ability to do this to anyone else? What if I could make sure the next person he targeted saw him for what he really was before handing over a dime? The idea of exposing the whole mess, not out of spite, but as a way of protecting other people, gave me a sense of purpose I hadn't felt before. This wasn't just revenge. It was accountability. I kept gathering quietly, methodically. I pulled credit reports, court records, even screenshots of Kyle's social media posts bragging about leveling up his life. Posts that didn't match the reality of his financial disaster. By the time I was done, I had a dossier that painted the full picture. The fraud, the theft, the lies. I didn't tell anyone. Not yet. Because the thing about revenge is that timing matters. You don't just fire off everything at once. You wait until they're comfortable, convinced that you've moved on, maybe even smug enough to think they've won. And sure enough, the next message I got from my mom suggested exactly that. "Justin, we've decided to forgive you. Your brother is willing to let bygones be bygones if you'll come home for Christmas this year." I stared at that message for a long time, then set my phone down slowly. Forgive me. They thought I needed their forgiveness. That was the moment I knew it was time to stop waiting and start setting things in motion. I didn't answer my mom's message right away. I let it sit there glowing on my phone screen like bait. If they thought they were forgiving me, they'd be lulled into believing the war was over. Good. Let them think that. The first step of my plan wasn't flashy. I instructed my lawyer to send Kyle a formal demand letter. It was calm, professional, and devastatingly specific. It listed the $7,500 withdrawal, the attempted credit applications, and the evidence we had that he'd used my information without permission. It included screenshots, dates, and statements from bank employees. It gave him 2 weeks to repay me in full plus legal fees or face a civil suit. I didn't send it from my personal email. It came directly from the law firm's letterhead. Clean, official, impossible to ignore. The reaction was immediate. 3 days later, I got a frantic voicemail from Mom, her voice shaking. "Justin, what is this? A lawsuit? You can't sue your own brother. Take it back before you ruin his life." I didn't reply. Instead, I doubled down. With my lawyer's help, I filed an official fraud report with the credit bureau that flagged the attempted credit line in my name and locked Kyle out of trying again. From now on, anytime he so much as tried to apply for credit using my name or SSN, it would trigger an alert to me. Then, with Mark's blessing, we filed a joint complaint to the state's Small Business Association, attaching every piece of documentation about the failed sneaker venture. That complaint automatically opened an investigation into Kyle's use of investor funds. The beauty of it all was that I wasn't shouting, wasn't threatening. I was quiet, surgical, letting the system do the heavy lifting. While the paperwork churned in the background, I worked on the social side of my revenge. Remember my cousin who had been sending me family chat screenshots? I sent him a single, very polite message. Hey, thanks for keeping me in the loop. If the family asks, don't mention anything about what I'm doing. Just tell them I'm focusing on work and might come home for the holidays. He agreed. And within days, I could see in the group chat screenshots that my parents were practically giddy. Dad, I think he's finally coming around. Knew he just needed time. Mom, this will be the Christmas we put the family back together. Kyle, yeah, sure. Can't wait. I smiled reading that because when Christmas came, they were going to get something, just not what they expected. 2 weeks later, right on schedule, Kyle's lawyer responded to the demand letter. It was full of bluster at first, claims that he had implied permission, that it was family money, that I was being malicious. My lawyer responded with a quiet, deadly calm. Provide documentation supporting your claim of implied permission. They had nothing. At the same time, the Small Business Association sent me a notice that they had opened a formal case against Kyle for misuse of investment funds. I didn't have to lift a finger, just forward Mark's documentation when requested. I didn't tell my family about any of this. Instead, I waited until December rolled around and then sent a single message to the group chat. I'll be home for Christmas. Can't wait to catch up. The reaction was exactly what I'd hoped. Mom sent heart emojis. Dad wrote, finally, good to hear you've come to your senses. Even Kyle dropped a sarcastic yay, but I could tell they thought they'd won. I booked the ticket, packed a single bag, and boarded the plane with a folder full of documents. Printed evidence of everything. The bank statements, the credit reports, the complaint filings, and even a notarized statement from my lawyer outlining the damages we were prepared to pursue if Kyle refused to settle. When I landed, I didn't go straight home. I went to the bank first and officially removed Kyle as a joint holder on the last remaining account. Then I opened a new account, moved every remaining dollar into it, and closed the old one entirely. By the time I left the branch, there was no way anyone but me could touch my money ever again. Christmas Eve, I showed up at my parents' house just as the whole family was gathering. Mom hugged me like nothing had ever happened. Dad clapped me on the back and said, "Good to have you back, son." I smiled politely and said, "Good to be back." Kyle was on the couch scrolling on his phone. He barely looked up at me. Dinner was exactly what I expected. Cheerful small talk, a few tense jokes at my expense, a few digs about me finally coming to my senses. I just smiled and ate my food, letting them feel comfortable. When dessert was served, I stood up, cleared my throat, and set a folder on the table. "I have something to share," I said. The room went quiet. "This," I said, opening the folder, "is a full record of every unauthorized withdrawal made from my account over the last few years. This," I said, flipping to the next page, "is proof of attempted credit fraud in my name. And this," I laid down the final document, "is the formal complaint filed against you, Kyle, for misuse of investor funds." For a moment, nobody moved. Then Mom gasped, "Justin, what are you doing?" "Protecting myself," I said calmly. Dad's face darkened. "This is ridiculous. We can work this out as a family." "No," I interrupted, my voice steady. "I tried to work it out as a family. You sabotaged my lease. You stole from me. You tried to force me into debt. Those aren't family decisions. Those are hostile actions. So now we do this the proper way." Kyle stood up, red-faced. "You can't do this." "I already did," I said, sliding the settlement offer across the table. "Pay me back in full by the date listed, or this goes to court. And just so you know, the state is already looking into your sneaker scheme. You might want to start saving for a lawyer." The room exploded after that. Mom crying, Dad shouting, Kyle calling me every name he could think of. I just stood there, calm, collected, letting them rage, because for once I was the one in control. When they finally quieted down, I said, You have 2 weeks. If I don't hear from your lawyer, I'll see you in court. Then I picked up my bag and walked out, leaving them all staring at the documents on the table. I didn't look back as I walked out of the house. The December air was icy, but it felt clean on my face, like I just stepped out of a smoky room. My hands were steady as I unlocked my rental car. For the first time in years, I felt completely in control. Not just of my money, but of my life. I flew back the next morning, leaving my parents and Kyle to stew in the wreckage of that Christmas dinner. I expected silence after that, but within days the calls started again. First Mom, tearful, apologetic this time. "Justin," she said, her voice cracking, "you can't really mean this. You're destroying your brother's future over a misunderstanding." I didn't raise my voice. "Mom, this isn't a misunderstanding. It's theft, fraud, and harassment. If you want this to go away, have him pay me back. If not, we go to court." She tried guilt. "What will the neighbors think? The family? That's not my problem anymore." I hung up. 3 days later, Kyle's lawyer reached out again, this time with a very different tone. They wanted to settle. We negotiated through my attorney, and in the end, Kyle had to pay back every cent he'd taken, plus my legal fees. When the transfer cleared, I stared at the notification on my phone and felt a strange mix of relief and vindication. But the fallout was only beginning. Word spread through the extended family about what had happened. At first, my parents tried to spin it, saying I had overreacted and humiliated them. But then my lawyer sent them a formal notice about their role in the lease termination, accompanied by copies of the paperwork they had filed using my personal information. That shut them up fast. By February, Kyle's sneaker investor had filed his own suit. Because I had shared documentation with him, his case moved quickly, and within months, Kyle had a judgment against him for repayment. His car was repossessed shortly after. I heard through my cousin that Kyle had to move back in with my parents. The house that had once felt like their kingdom was suddenly a pressure cooker. 3 people trapped together, all pointing fingers. "They fight all the time now," my cousin reported one night over video chat. "Your dad says Kyle ruined the family's reputation. Your mom says you betrayed them. And Kyle, well, Kyle just keeps blaming you for everything." I smiled at that. Good. Let him blame me. Maybe it'll keep him from trying this on someone else. Life overseas kept getting better. I got another promotion, bought a condo with cash from my investment gains, and started building a circle of friends who felt more like family than my actual relatives ever had. I even started mentoring new hires at work, helping them navigate career paths, something I wished I'd had when I was younger. Every so often, my parents would send a message. Not angry anymore, but almost pleading. "We'd like to talk. Can we put this behind us? Your brother is struggling. He's not himself." Each time I sent the same reply, "I hope you get the help you need. I've moved on." Eventually, the messages stopped. A year later, I was invited to speak at a major conference in my industry. As I stood on stage looking out at the packed room, I thought about how far I'd come, from sitting on a bare apartment floor feeling like I'd lost everything, to this moment. After the talk, I went back to my hotel room and saw a single unread message on my phone. It was from Dad. "We sold the house. Just thought you should know." That was it. No apology, no attempt to reconnect. I sat there for a long moment staring at the message. Then I typed a single reply, "Good. Maybe now you'll stop trying to live off me." And I put my phone down for the last time. Because here's the thing about walking away. Once you finally do it, once you stop begging for scraps of love and respect, you realize how light it feels to never turn back. I didn't just win. I ended the game entirely. And that was the last time they had any power over me. Now on to the next story. Story 5. My name is Kieran. I'm 29. And for the last few years, I've tried really hard to believe my family still loved me the way they used to. I'm not some tragic case, no criminal record, no bitter scandal, no dramatic fallout. Just a guy who drifted away from the family mold, who chose a quieter path while my parents and younger brother stayed wrapped up in their own perfect world. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe the fact that I didn't fit into their narrative anymore meant I stopped existing for them. But I wasn't prepared for what happened on my birthday. I'd like to say I saw it coming, but the truth is I didn't. I still held on to some naive hope that they'd surprise me or at the very least send a thoughtful message. What I got instead was silence. Let me rewind. My birthday fell on a Saturday this year, July 6th. I made plans a month in advance. Nothing huge, just dinner at a nice restaurant in town, followed by drinks at my apartment. I invited about a dozen people, a mix of coworkers, 2 friends from college who still live nearby, and of course my family. I texted my parents and my brother Ryan weeks ahead. I even reminded them again the Sunday before. My mom's reply was short. "We'll see, honey. Things are a bit hectic lately." But I didn't read too much into it. Hectic was normal for them. Ryan didn't reply at all. I should have taken the hint. The day arrived. I cleaned the place top to bottom, picked up cupcakes from the bakery my mom used to love, even got a few candles for the table, something my dad always teased me about, calling me sentimental to a fault. I checked the time constantly, expecting at any moment to hear a knock or get a call asking for the building code. But when the clock hit 6:30 p.m., my phone was still silent. My friends started arriving around 7 o'clock. Sophia and Jordan brought wine. Mark had the stupid inflatable birthday crown he made me wear. We laughed, played music, told dumb stories, but every few minutes I found myself glancing at the door. By 8, I cracked and called my mom. She picked up after a few rings. Her voice was cheerful, full of background noise and music. "Hey, sweetheart," she said like nothing was wrong. "Hey, are you guys still coming? Dinner started an hour ago." There was a pause. Then she sighed and said, "Kieran, we're busy right now celebrating something that actually matters. Ryan got promoted. It's a huge step for him. He's been working so hard, and we didn't want to miss this moment." I blinked, staring at the ceiling like it would somehow help the words make more sense. "You didn't want to miss it, so you skipped my birthday." "Don't be dramatic," she said. "You're almost 30. Do we really need to throw you a party every year?" My jaw clenched. "I didn't ask for a party. I asked for you to show up." "Well," she said, suddenly defensive, "we can't be everywhere at once. You should be happy for your brother. He's worked his tail off for this and we're proud of him. Try not to make this about yourself." I don't remember what I said after that. I hung up not long later, numb. I walked back into the room with a fake smile and a fresh beer. When the last of my friends left around midnight, I sat in the living room alone, the deflated crown still resting on the table next to a half-eaten tray of sliders. The next morning, I scrolled through the photos we'd taken and found one of me sitting on the couch surrounded by the 5 people who had actually shown up. It wasn't staged, wasn't glamorous, but it was real. Their smiles weren't forced. So I posted it. No passive-aggressive caption, no call-out, just grateful for the family that chose me. I didn't expect a response. In fact, I muted the family group chat after posting it. But about 3 hours later, there was a loud knock at my door. I looked through the peephole and saw both my parents standing outside, furious. My dad's face was red. My mom looked like she had a prepared speech loaded and ready. I hesitated. My first instinct was to open it to hear them out. But then I saw Ryan standing a few feet back by the elevator, arms crossed, eyes narrowed like he was watching a soap opera. I stood there behind the door, heart racing. I hadn't seen any of them show this much urgency in years. My phone buzzed on the table behind me. A text from my mom. "Open the door, Kieran. This is childish." I didn't. I watched through the peephole as my dad knocked again, harder this time. My mom yelled something I couldn't quite hear, then turned and gestured at Ryan, who just shrugged. Eventually, they left. But that was only the beginning. Later that day, I got an email from my dad, long, dramatic, full of talk about family loyalty and not airing private matters online. He said the post was a slap in the face after everything they'd done for me. Then he had the nerve to mention a time they'd helped me pay rent once, 2 years ago when I lost my job in the pandemic. I'd paid them back within 4 months, but now it was being used like a favor I could never repay. The group chat lit up with messages. Ryan said I was jealous and attention-seeking. My aunt chimed in, "Couldn't you have just let your brother have his moment?" My cousin even added a passive comment about how some people never grow up, and not one of them stopped to think, why was I celebrating with friends instead of family in the first place? The worst part? I started to believe them. For a while, I sat in my apartment that evening and went over the conversation in my head 100 times. Was I being petty, immature? Should I have just let it go? But then I remembered the look on my mom's face when she said it. Something that actually matters. Like my birthday, I didn't matter at all. That was the moment something in me shifted. I started going back through old emails, bank records, shared expenses, times I'd loaned money to Ryan when he couldn't make rent after dropping out of school the first time. The birthday gifts I bought for my parents every Christmas. Every year, often more expensive than I could afford. The messages they never replied to. The photos I wasn't in. The trips they didn't invite me on, always with an excuse. And then I found something. Something I hadn't looked at in years. The foundation paperwork. I hadn't thought about it since college, but it was still active, still in my name, and they clearly had no idea. That's when the real plan began to form. I stayed up most of that night, the glow of my laptop screen casting long shadows across the room, while my thoughts darted between memories and plans. I hadn't touched the family foundation paperwork in nearly 8 years. It was something my grandfather had set up when he was still alive. A small nonprofit meant to support scholarships, community projects, things like that. He'd trusted me with it back when I was the one in the family who actually showed up for Sunday dinners, helped with errands, listened without judgment. Back when I mattered. After his passing, no one really paid attention to it. My parents talked about shutting it down a few times, but I kept it going with small grants and quiet contributions. I didn't have much, but I believed in it. I didn't tell anyone I was the one still funding it. Maybe part of me hoped that if I just kept doing the right thing, they'd notice. They never did. What they did do, however, was start attaching their names to the foundation's events, banquets, donation drives, school sponsorships. I remember seeing photos on my mom's Facebook of her posing next to oversized checks I'd signed. At the time, I let it go. I told myself, if it helps people, it doesn't matter who gets the credit. But after that phone call on my birthday, something inside me finally broke. Not in a loud, dramatic way. More like a door quietly closing for good. I went through the documents carefully. As the sole legal owner and trustee, I had full authority. That meant every public use of the foundation's name required my signature. None of which I'd been giving. I also noticed something else, a pending transaction, a big one. A $30,000 allocation request labeled as sponsorship for Ryan's new startup. I stared at the screen for a long time. They hadn't even asked me. They were using the foundation like it was their personal bank. My grandfather would have lost his mind if he knew. This wasn't about family anymore. This was theft, entitlement, and manipulation, dressed up in suits and champagne toasts. So I rejected the request. Then, I locked the account, froze all spending, flagged the most recent transactions for review. And while I was at it, I reached out to the accountant my grandfather had once worked with, an older man named Leonard, who still remembered me as the only honest one in that whole pack. I told him what had happened. I asked him to do a quiet audit. Within 24 hours, he found discrepancies, thousands of dollars misused for personal expenses, all under the guise of community development, vacations, home repairs, even a catered engagement party for Ryan, booked under a youth outreach banquet. I sat there reading through every line item, my hands shaking, not from rage, but from something colder, clarity. It wasn't just my birthday they didn't care about. It was me. My role in this family was never about love or respect. It was about what I could give. So I stopped giving. I drafted a letter to the board, all appointed by me, thankfully, outlining the misuse of funds and suspending all family-affiliated events pending investigation. I restructured the foundation's mission to include an external oversight committee, one that didn't include a single relative. And for the first time in years, I added my own name back onto the website. Not out of ego, just as a reminder to myself. I built this. I kept it alive. The morning after I submitted the paperwork, my door buzzed. It was my mother. She looked more annoyed than angry, arms crossed, dressed like she had come from church or brunch, someplace public where appearances mattered. "Kieran," she said the moment I opened the door. "We need to talk." Behind her stood my dad, stony-faced, and Ryan, smirking like he was watching a sitcom unfold. I stepped aside and let them in. Not because I wanted to, but because I wanted them to see just how calm I was. The apartment was clean, quiet, nothing dramatic. No shouting match waiting to happen. "You made a very poor decision," my dad said the moment the door shut. My mom added, "Posting that photo online, implying we don't care. That was cruel." Ryan didn't say anything, just leaned against the wall with that smug little half grin like he knew he'd still come out on top. I sat down on the arm of the couch and looked at all three of them. "You missed my birthday," I said. "That's not fair," my mom replied instantly. "We told you. We were at Ryan's promotion dinner." "Right?" I said, nodding slowly. "Something that actually mattered." They paused. My dad shifted his weight. Ryan shrugged. "It wasn't personal," my mom continued. "We just thought." "You thought wrong," I interrupted. My voice was low. "You've been using the foundation to fund your events and lifestyle without permission. You've been taking money meant for scholarships and putting it toward parties and startups. That is personal." My dad bristled. "Now hold on. We've always—" "No," I said, standing up. "You haven't always. I have. I've always been the one funding it. I've been the one honoring Grandpa's legacy. You just put your names on the banners." Ryan rolled his eyes. "So what? Now you're going to make some kind of power play over a few $1,000s. I turned to him, and for the first time in years I didn't feel small in his presence. "I already did. The foundation is no longer under your access. All funds are frozen pending audit. Any sponsorships tied to your name have been revoked." His smirk vanished. "You've got to be kidding." My mom stepped forward, her voice laced with that old tone she used when I was a kid and stayed out too late. "Kieran, this isn't how families handle things. You don't just shut everyone out." I looked her for a long time. "That's exactly what you did to me." The room went still. The weight of everything we hadn't said over the years pressed in from every corner. My dad opened his mouth to respond, but then my phone buzzed on the table. It was Leonard. He'd found something else, something big. I picked it up, read the message, and felt my stomach twist. Not with dread, but with something darker. I looked up at them and said, "You might want to sit down for this." And that's when everything started unraveling. They didn't sit. Instead, my dad clenched his jaw and muttered, "We don't have time for games, Kieran." I held up my phone anyway. "Then I guess you don't have time to explain why there's a $15,000 payment labeled as a consulting fee to a company registered under Ryan's name. One that's supposedly managing event logistics for the foundation." Ryan's eyes flicked toward my phone, and for the first time since they barged in, he looked genuinely uneasy. "Wait, what are you talking about?" he asked, trying to play it off. That was approved by the board, wasn't it?" "No, it wasn't," I said, my voice steady, "because there's no record of any board vote. And that company is a shell. No staff, no business license, just your name on a P.O. box and a bank account." My mom stepped in like she always did, always had to shield him. "That's ridiculous. Ryan doesn't need to scam the foundation. He helps it." I turned to her. "When exactly?" She blinked. I continued, "He's never been to a board meeting, never submitted a project report, never shown up to a single one of our charity outreach events. But you're telling me he deserved 15 grand from a scholarship fund, while high school students were waiting on application decisions." Ryan scoffed. "It's not a scam. I fronted costs for the gala we did last spring, and that was my reimbursement. You think all that catering and audio came out of nowhere?" I stared at him. "Funny, because the venue invoice and vendor fees were already covered. I paid them directly. You know how I know? I had Leonard cross-reference everything." He didn't respond. My parents did, though. "Kieran," my dad growled, taking a step closer, "you need to stop this crusade right now before you destroy this family." I looked up at him. This man who used to carry me on his shoulders, who taught me how to change a tire, and who once told me family always protects its own. But now that I had something they wanted, something I'd built, His voice sounded less like a father's and more like a threat. "I'm not destroying anything," I said. "I'm just refusing to keep patching up the cracks so everyone else can pretend we're whole." My mom's eyes were glassy now. She clutched her purse tightly against her chest. "We made sacrifices for you, Kieran. When you lost your job, we didn't hesitate to help. And this is how you repay us? By airing dirty laundry." That was the moment it really hit me. They still think I owed them? "Help?" I asked quietly. "You mean the $800 loan I repaid with interest? The one you've brought up every year since?" My dad cut in sharply. "Don't twist this. You know what your brother has been through. We did what we had to do to help him get back on his feet. By stealing from a nonprofit." There was a pause, a long one. The kind that stretches because everyone's too afraid to admit they've been caught. "I didn't steal," Ryan muttered. "I just moved some funds around." I laughed under my breath. "You mean embezzlement?" The word landed like a stone on glass. Ryan flinched. My mom went pale. My dad looked like he wanted to throw something. I stepped back and folded my arms. "You're lucky I'm not going to the authorities. Not yet. But you're done. All of you. Your names are coming off the gala committee, off the donor recognition board, off every flyer you've plastered your faces on while I did the actual work." "You can't do that," my mom said in disbelief. "I can," I replied. "And I already did." I opened the laptop on my dining table and turned it toward them. The foundation website was up. Right at the top was a new statement from the director, me. It read, "In light of recent internal discoveries, we are taking immediate steps to ensure transparency and ethical standards moving forward. Effective today, all previously affiliated family members have been removed from official roles and will no longer represent the foundation in any capacity. We thank the public for their continued trust as we return to the original mission my grandfather envisioned. Service, not self-interest." There were photos, too, of real volunteers, real events. None of them included my parents or my brother. Ryan's mouth opened and closed like he wanted to say something, but no words came out. "We were going to announce your brother's engagement at the next banquet," my mom said quietly, like she still believed this would sway me. I raised an eyebrow. "You mean the banquet I was still funding? The one where he was going to propose with the ring he bought using a reimbursement from the scholarship grant?" Silence. I looked at all three of them and finally said the words I'd been holding in for years. "I'm done being useful to you. I'm done being the quiet one who keeps the peace. If you want to fix this, it won't be on my dime or in my name." I walked over and opened the door. No one moved, so I stood there and waited. Eventually, my mom turned first. Her hand lingered on the edge of the door frame like she wanted to say something, but she didn't. She walked out. My dad followed, muttering something under his breath. Ryan was the last to go. He hesitated, then leaned in and whispered, "You're going to regret this." I looked him dead in the eyes and replied, "No, Ryan, you are." The door closed behind them with a final echoing click. But just as I exhaled, relieved, my phone buzzed again. Another message from Leonard. "You should see this. Check the attachment. It's bigger than we thought." I opened it. My jaw dropped, and that's when I realized this mess went deeper than I ever imagined. I stared at Leonard's message for a long time before opening the attachment. My heart was already pounding from the confrontation with my parents and Ryan. But this was something else. The PDF loaded slowly, like the universe wanted to delay the inevitable. And there it was. 3 years of bank transfers, vendor invoices, and travel reimbursements, all approved through foundation funds. But not by me. Somehow, Ryan had faked approval signatures. The last page was a full itinerary for a 10-day luxury trip to the Amalfi Coast last summer. The one where my parents posted photos with captions like, "Long overdue break after so much hard work." They had billed the foundation $22,000 for a strategic donor retreat. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All those weekends I spent working on scholarship applications, vetting community grant proposals, writing heartfelt thank you emails to donors, and they were sipping wine in Positano, pretending to be the faces of generosity. The next morning, I met Leonard in person. We sat in his office, A small book-lined room with a faint smell of old coffee and fresh ink. He handed me a printed copy of the full audit report. Everything was organized, flagged, annotated. "I knew your grandfather well," he said, folding his hands. "He always said you were the only one in the family who listened, who paid attention. I think he'd be proud of how you're handling this." I nodded slowly. "I don't want to destroy them. I just wanted to stop all of it. The lies, the manipulation, the way they act like I'm nothing until they need something." Leonard leaned back. "Then you need to make this public. Quietly, legally, but publicly, or they'll do it again." So I did. First, I scheduled an emergency meeting with the foundation board and presented the audit. Most of them were shocked. A few, mostly older donors close to my parents, tried to downplay the severity. But once I laid out the fake consulting company, the vacation charges, the forged digital signatures, and the conflicting tax documents, there was no room for denial. We issued an official press statement 2 days later. An internal audit of the Dalton Family Foundation has revealed financial misconduct by former honorary affiliates. These individuals have been permanently removed from all roles within the organization. Full cooperation has been extended to legal and financial authorities to ensure compliance and restitution. Then I hired a lawyer, not to sue yet, but to issue demand letters, one to my parents, one to Ryan, each one outlining the funds they had misappropriated with a 30-day deadline to repay or face legal consequences. I didn't expect them to comply, but I underestimated how much my mother valued her public image. 3 days after the letters were delivered, she called me. "Kieran," she said, her voice trembling, "you don't understand what this will do to us." I stayed quiet. She continued, "People are asking questions. The country club revoked your father's guest pass. Your aunt called. She said her church saw the press release." I finally spoke. "Good. Maybe now they'll see me as something other than a bank account with a pulse." "This is your family," she hissed. "We gave you everything. We raised you." I cut her off. "No, Mom. You raised Ryan. You tolerated me. You let me believe I was loved as long as I didn't ask for anything. The second I needed support, I became a burden. But when you needed money, suddenly I was a cherished son again." She was quiet. I waited. Then she whispered, "We'll pay it back. Full amount. No installments. 30 days. I replied, "Or I file fraud charges." I hung up, and for the first time in years I didn't feel guilty about it. Ryan didn't call. He texted once. "Pathetic, you really think this will fix anything?" I didn't reply. Instead, I got to work. Real work. We restructured the foundation from the ground up. New board members, all vetted. I added 3 scholarship programs in my grandfather's name. I met with the students we helped. I shook their hands, heard their stories. One of them, a shy kid named Mateo, cried when he told me he'd be the first in his family to go to college. That moment stuck with me more than any fake compliment my mother ever gave. As for my family, they went silent at first. Then the apologies trickled in. My aunt emailed saying she had no idea and always thought I was such a sweet boy. My dad sent a short letter, handwritten, no less, saying he regretted how things turned out. No actual apology, of course, just regret about the outcome. And then there was my mom. She showed up again 2 weeks after the deadline. I heard the knock, looked through the peephole, and considered pretending I wasn't home. But curiosity got the better of me. She stood there in a beige coat, clutching an envelope. "I brought a check," she said before I could speak. I opened the door, but didn't move aside. She handed it over. It was for the full amount, $137,084.65. I nodded. "Thank you. I just want us to go back to how things were," she said, voice tight. I looked her dead in the eye. "We can't, because now I know who you are when no one's watching." Tears welled in her eyes. Real or performative? I couldn't tell anymore. "I miss my son," she whispered. I smiled sadly. "He was always here. You just didn't look." Then I closed the door. A week later, I got a letter in the mail from Ryan. No return address. It was 1 page. All it said was, "I hope one day you realize how much damage you've done." I tore it in half without reading it twice. Because here's the truth. I didn't destroy my family. I revealed what was already broken. And I chose not to carry the weight of their silence anymore. In the months that followed, I stopped checking their social media. I stopped waiting for an invitation or a call or even acknowledgement. I didn't need it. I had something better now. A group of friends who showed up every year. Students whose lives changed because someone believed in them. A community that saw me not as a background character in someone else's success story, but as the author of my own. I celebrated my next birthday quietly. No grand event, just Sophia, Jordan, Mark, and a few others gathered in my living room, laughing over wine and cake. And as I looked around the room, I realized I didn't lose a family. I built one. Now on to the next story. Story 6. My name's Daniel, and at the time of this story, I was 29. It was Thanksgiving, the first one without Grandpa. He passed away 3 months earlier, and honestly, nothing felt the same without him. For as long as I could remember, Grandpa was the real head of the family. Not officially, of course, but he was the one everyone listened to. Every holiday, every argument, every messy family drama. It was always Grandpa who smoothed things over. Without him, it felt like the center of gravity was gone, and everyone was quietly circling each other, waiting for something to snap. The gathering was at my mom's house this year. Same as always. Same peeling wallpaper. Same wobbly dining room table that Grandpa had built back when Mom was a kid. The same turkey Mom always overcooked. The same passive-aggressive chatter floating across the table. It should have felt comforting in a twisted way. Familiar. But it didn't. Not this year. There was this thick, unspoken tension in the air. Like everybody was pretending nothing had changed while secretly waiting for something, anything, to blow up. I sat near the end of the table, poking at my food, pretending not to notice the sideways glances coming my way. It had been happening more and more lately, ever since the reading of Grandpa's will. None of them said it out loud, but I could feel it. Resentment, jealousy, disbelief. They didn't understand why Grandpa had left almost everything to me. Not just sentimental things, not just his old pocket watch or a few trinkets. No, the house, the land, the savings, all of it. To me. I wasn't even the oldest grandchild. That was my sister, Emily. She was 31, prettier, louder, and infinitely better at schmoozing than I ever was. She had the kind of smile that could melt ice, the kind of charm that made people hand over their wallets without realizing it. And she hated me for beating her at something she couldn't control. I knew the whispers had been building since the funeral. Emily was the ringleader, no doubt. She was always good at rallying people to her side when she wanted to. Poor Emily, who spent so much time with Grandpa. Poor Emily, who was obviously the favorite. Poor Emily, who deserved better. I tried to tune it out, tried to rise above it. Grandpa had made his choice. I wasn't about to apologize for it. Still, sitting there surrounded by fake smiles and brittle laughter, I felt the weight of it. It clung to me like a second skin. Every toast, every laugh, every clink of a fork against a plate. It all felt just a little too forced. That's when it happened. Emily, sitting directly across from me in her overpriced dress and 2-inch heels, leaned back in her chair, twirling a glass between her fingers like she was hosting her own little talk show. She smirked. That infuriating, syrupy sweet smirk she always wore when she was about to stir the pot, and said in a voice dripping with fake innocence, "Let's be thankful we're not pathetic like some people at this table." For a half-second, the table went dead silent. Then, as if on cue, a few awkward chuckles floated up. My cousin Evan snorted into his napkin. Aunt Marcy hid a smile behind her glass. Even Mom gave this nervous little titter, like she didn't know whether to laugh or scold her. I set down my fork, slow and deliberate. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, but my face didn't show it. Years of practice, years of swallowing my pride, of being the good son, the quiet one, the easygoing nephew. But something inside me clicked off like a light switch. I smiled. Not the strained, polite kind I usually wore around them. A real smile. Calm, measured, deadly. "Funny?" I said, my voice steady enough to cut glass. "Grandpa didn't think I was pathetic when he left me everything. The words hit the table like a bomb. You could feel it, the collective intake of breath, the shift in the atmosphere. Forks froze halfway to mouths. Glasses clinked against plates. Emily's face went slack. Her smirk wiped clean off, as if someone had physically smacked it away. I wasn't done. I picked up my glass, took a slow sip of water, and said almost casually, "Good luck finding somewhere else to live." The silence that followed was absolute. You could have heard a pin drop on the worn-out carpet. See, what they hadn't figured out yet, or maybe they just hadn't wanted to believe, was that Grandpa's will didn't just leave me the house and land in theory. It was all legally binding. Transfers complete, deeds signed, paperwork filed. Everything that Mom and Emily and the rest of them had always taken for granted. The roof over their heads, the land they treated like their birthright, was now mine. I saw the realization dawn in Emily's eyes first, then ripple out across the table like a slow, spreading panic. Mom's fork slipped from her hand, clattering onto her plate. Uncle Mark actually went a little pale, like he might faint right into his stuffing. Evan muttered something under his breath and shoved his chair back, suddenly very interested in leaving the table. Emily opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. For once in her life, she was completely at a loss for words. It was glorious. I just sat there, letting the weight of it settle in, letting them stew in it. Every fake laugh, every snide comment, every little jab they'd ever thrown my way, all of it led to this moment. And for the first time, I didn't feel small. I didn't feel outnumbered. I felt powerful. But I wasn't here just to gloat. No, this was just the beginning. Because what none of them realized, not yet, was that I had plans, big ones. Grandpa's house needed major repairs. Ones they had ignored for years because it wasn't technically their responsibility. The taxes on the land were overdue. Utilities were in my name now, and when I was done, none of them would be able to pretend it was still theirs. I set down my glass, picked up my napkin, and calmly wiped my mouth. Then, as if nothing had happened, I turned to Aunt Marcy and asked, "Could you pass the potatoes?" She handed them over with a trembling hand. Emily finally found her voice, though it was a lot smaller than before. You can't be serious." I tilted my head, pretending to think about it. Dead serious. Her face flushed bright red, and for a moment, I thought she might actually throw her glass at me. Part of me almost hoped she would. Let her throw the first real punch so I could finish what she started. But she didn't. She just sat there, seething, practically vibrating with rage and humiliation. And I just kept eating, slow and steady, like this was the most normal Thanksgiving dinner in the world. They say revenge is a dish best served cold. Personally, I think it's better served with turkey, stuffing, and a side of stunned silence. And I was just getting started. The rest of Thanksgiving dinner dragged on like some kind of surreal fever dream. Nobody said much after that. Conversations died mid-sentence. Forks scraped plates with a kind of desperate focus, like if they just pretended hard enough, they could rewind the last 5 minutes. But reality set heavy over the table, thicker than the smell of burnt gravy. I could feel the stares even when I wasn't looking. Marcy's watery eyes starting toward me and away again. Uncle Mark pretending to check his phone over and over. Evan, who kept glancing at Emily like he expected her to do something. Mom looked the worst, like she was trapped between outrage and terror. Her mouth twitching like she was holding back 1,000 words she didn't dare say. And Emily? Emily didn't even try to fake it anymore. She sat rigid in her chair, gripping her glass so tightly I half expected it to shatter. Her eyes bore into me with a hatred so raw it was almost impressive. If glares could kill, I'd have been buried next to Grandpa by dessert. I ate slowly, methodically, turkey, stuffing, mashed potatoes. I made a point of savoring every bite, letting them stew in their silence. I wasn't in a rush. No, this moment had been earned. When dessert finally stumbled its way to the table, a sad-looking pumpkin pie with a cracked center, Mom cleared her throat and said, "Daniel, maybe we could talk later, privately." Her voice was brittle, almost pleading. I set down my fork and dabbed my mouth with my napkin again. Slow, deliberate. "Of course, Mom," I said pleasantly. "Happy to." But I wasn't planning to let her steer the conversation. Not anymore. As people started clearing their plates, making excuses to get some fresh air or help in the kitchen, Emily cornered me by the entryway. Her heels clicked sharply on the worn hardwood, and her hands were balled into fists at her sides. "You can't do this," she hissed under her breath. "This was supposed to stay in the family." I raised an eyebrow. "It is staying in the family. I'm family. Or have you forgotten?" Her lips curled like she wanted to spit something truly vile at me, but she held it back. Barely. I could see her calculating, trying to find an angle, a weak spot. "You don't even need it," she said, her voice trembling. "You don't have kids. You don't have a family to raise here. What do you even want with all this?" I leaned in slightly, lowering my voice so only she could hear. "Maybe I'm just tired of being treated like garbage by people who only show up when they think they can get something." Her nostrils flared. For a second, I thought she might actually hit me. She didn't, but the way she spun on her heel and stormed off was almost as satisfying. After most of the dishes were cleared and the stragglers had drifted toward the living room to watch a miserable football game, Mom found me by the back door. She looked older than I remembered, more tired, more fragile somehow. For a split second, guilt flickered in my chest. But it was quickly smothered by the years of memories, the dismissive comments, the constant favoritism. The way she let Emily get away with murder while I was expected to suck it up and be the good son. "Daniel," she said, wringing her hands, "I know you're upset, but you have to understand. This house is important. It's always been a place for all of us." I leaned back against the wall, arms crossed. "Funny. Never felt like that when I was growing up." She winced. "Look, I know we weren't perfect, but your sister, she's going through a tough time. She was counting on some of this." There it was. The real reason. She was counting on Grandpa dying and handing her a free house. I said flatly, "Don't sugarcoat it." Mom's mouth snapped shut. She looked away, staring out the dusty window like it held all the answers she needed. I don't know what we're supposed to do," she whispered. For a moment I said nothing. Let her sit with it. Let her feel even a fraction of the helplessness I'd felt growing up, the way they always made me the outsider in my own family. Finally, I pushed off the wall and said, "You'll figure it out. You always do." Her eyes filled with tears. Real ones, not the crocodile tears Emily had mastered. And for a second she looked like she might beg. Actually beg. But she didn't. Pride is a funny thing. I slipped on my coat and grabbed my keys. As I headed toward the door, I caught a glimpse of Emily sulking by the fireplace, surrounded by a few sympathetic cousins. She shot me a look that could have curdled milk. I smiled at her. A real, genuine smile. "Happy Thanksgiving," I said, loud enough for the whole room to hear. And then I walked out into the cold November night, the door swinging shut behind me with a satisfying click. But this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Because while they spent the night stewing in their anger and confusion, I was already moving to the next step. Grandpa hadn't just left me the house. He left me the land, acres of it, and a detailed letter about what he wanted done with it. He had known long before he passed what this family was really like underneath all the polite small talk and forced family photos. And he had trusted me to carry it out. They thought losing the house was bad. They hadn't seen anything yet. That night, as I drove the long way back to my apartment, I thought about Grandpa, about the long talks we used to have on the porch, just the two of us while everyone else was inside arguing about something stupid. Who got the biggest slice of pie, who deserved more help from him that month, who was working so hard and getting so little appreciation. I was the one who sat and listened even when I didn't always have much to say. Maybe that's why he trusted me in the end. The letter he left me wasn't long, but every word was careful. Grandpa wasn't the type to waste breath or ink. He had written that he loved his family, but he wasn't blind. He saw how they treated each other and how they treated me, the house, the land, the savings. He left them to me because he wanted them to be used with purpose, not drained dry by people who thought they were owed the world for showing up once a month and smiling for a photo. I pulled into my parking spot, sat there for a while with the engine ticking as it cooled, and finally pulled out my phone. I already had the number saved, the real estate lawyer Grandpa had worked with for years, Mr. Hadley. The man was sharp, efficient, and not easily swayed by crocodile tears or empty threats. I thumbed out a simple text, ready to proceed. Let's meet Monday. By the time I went to bed, my mind was racing, but there was a steady, quiet satisfaction underneath it. For once, I wasn't the one waiting for permission. I wasn't the one hoping to be noticed or included. I was holding the cards now, and I wasn't about to fold. The next few days were a study in chaos. It started with the messages. At first, they were cautious. Mom sent a few polite texts asking if I'd had time to think about things. Emily tried to act casual, asking if I wanted to grab coffee and chat. The guilt train was leaving the station right on schedule, fully loaded and gaining speed. I ignored them. Then came the escalation. Emily called me 3 times in one afternoon, leaving voicemails that grew increasingly desperate. She started with sugary sweet, "Hey, Danny, just want to talk. Okay? Love you," and ended the third message practically snarling, "You're making a huge mistake. Huge. Don't come crying to us when you realize what you've done." That last part made me laugh out loud. Me crying to them? That was rich. By Sunday night, Mom caved and just showed up at my apartment. She stood in the hallway in her old winter coat, holding a pie in a plastic grocery store container like some kind of peace offering. I didn't even bother inviting her in. I just stood there in the doorway, blocking her path. "Daniel," she said with a forced smile. "Honey, can we just talk? As a family?" "Sure," I said lightly. "Whose family? You or Emily's little fan club?" Her face fell, and for the first time I saw something real flicker there. Not anger, not manipulation, just regret. "We made mistakes," she said softly. "But you're still our son." I stared at her for a long moment, then said, "You didn't think of that when you were laughing at me across the table." She opened her mouth, but no words came out. I shook my head, stepping back just enough to close the door between us. "I'll let you know when the paperwork's done." Click. I didn't hear from her after that. Monday came. I met with Mr. Hadley in his office, a cozy place filled with dark wood and the smell of old books and strong coffee. We went over the paperwork Grandpa had prepared. The land was to be divided, but not among the family. Part of it was being sold to a conservation trust, something Grandpa had been passionate about for years, but never told anyone. The rest was already under contract to a developer for a small fortune. Grandpa had negotiated everything before he passed away. All I had to do was sign, and I did. When the contracts were finalized, I not only owned the house free and clear, but I'd have enough money to ensure I never had to take another mocking Thanksgiving dinner ever again. Grandpa had made sure of that. It was his final gift and his final justice. The kicker? Without the surrounding land, the house itself was worthless. The property taxes would skyrocket with the new developments around it. The utilities were overdue, repairs were needed, and none of them, not Emily, not Mom, not Uncle Mark, had the savings or the credit to fix it. They had counted on me rolling over, on me being the quiet, easygoing Daniel who would carry them without complaint. They were about to find out that Daniel didn't live here anymore. 2 weeks later, I scheduled a formal notice to be sent by courier to Mom's house. A single letter, crisp and professional, notification of property ownership transfer, tax responsibility, and an official eviction date if arrangements weren't made. They had 30 days to pack up and figure out their own lives, or 30 days until the sheriff showed up at the door with orders to remove them. The same night the letters were delivered, my phone lit up with a torrent of calls and texts. Not just Mom and Emily, cousins, aunts, even some friends I hadn't heard from in years. All of them singing the same tired song. "How could you? This isn't what Grandpa would have wanted. Family is everything. Blood is thicker than water." I didn't respond to a single one. Instead, I sat on my couch, turned off my phone, poured myself a drink, and toasted silently to the man who had believed in me when no one else did. I thought about what Grandpa once said, one evening when we sat on the porch and watched the sun set behind the fields. "Sometimes," he said, "family isn't who shares your name. It's who shares your values. Don't let them guilt you into forgetting that." I hadn't. And now it was time for them to learn that actions, Even the ones you think are harmless jabs, little jokes at Thanksgiving dinners, have consequences. And I wasn't done yet, because while they scrambled to figure out where to go, how to beg, or how to bully their way back in, I was planning something even bigger, something permanent, something they could never undo. The 30 days passed like clockwork. I thought for a while they might try something desperate, some last-ditch effort to guilt-trip me, maybe even drag me into court on some flimsy pretext. After all, Emily had always been the queen of dramatics. I half expected her to show up on my doorstep, crocodile tears ready, begging for mercy. Or maybe Mom would come again, pie in hand, offering sweet words wrapped around thinly veiled threats. But they didn't. At least not right away. At first, they tried the silent treatment, the same tactic they'd used on me 100 times when I was growing up. They acted like if they just ignored me long enough, I'd come crawling back, desperate for acceptance. They posted photos online, happy, smiling family gatherings, as if to prove to the world and themselves that they were thriving, as if I were the one missing out. I didn't bite. Then came the anger. Emily, of course, led the charge. Furious texts, snide Facebook posts, whispered campaigns among the extended family. Daniel's gone power-hungry. Daniel's selfish. Daniel's destroying the family legacy. I watched it all from a distance, unbothered. Let them talk. Words were cheap. Reality, cold, hard, legally binding reality, was coming for them whether they acknowledged it or not. When the final week hit, the tone shifted again. Desperation. Mom sent a long, rambling email about tradition and roots and how could you do this to your own mother. Uncle Mark called twice and left voicemails full of half-hearted attempts at reconciliation. Even Evan, who hadn't spoken 2 words to me in the last year, sent a text saying, "Hey man, maybe we can work something out. No need to make it ugly." I didn't respond. They made their choices. They laughed at me, mocked me, treated me like an afterthought until the moment they realized they needed me. And I wasn't about to save them from the consequences they'd worked so hard to earn. The day before the eviction deadline, I went back to the house. I wanted to see it one last time before everything changed, before it stopped being the old, worn-out family home and became just another memory. I pulled into the driveway just as the sun was setting, painting the sky in soft purples and deep golds. The place looked smaller than I remembered. Sadder. The paint was peeling worse than ever. The porch steps sagged under their own weight. The yard, once vibrant under Grandpa's care, was overgrown and wild. I sat in my truck for a minute, taking it all in. Part of me ached deep down, not for them but for what the place had meant. For what it could have been if the people inside had cared half as much about the family as they did about themselves. When I finally stepped out, I wasn't surprised to find Emily waiting for me on the porch. She looked rough. Her makeup was smudged, her hair a mess, her arms crossed tight over her chest like she was trying to hold herself together by force. "You're really going through with this," she said, her voice hollow. I didn't say anything. She took a step closer, her heels clicking sharply on the warped wood. "You know Mom has nowhere to go. Uncle Mark's broke. Evan's barely scraping by. You're throwing them out onto the street." I shrugged. "Not my problem. They're adults. They can figure it out." "You're disgusting," she spat. I smiled faintly. "You didn't think I was so disgusting when you thought you were getting a free house." Her face twisted like she wanted to scream. Instead, she choked it back, her fists trembling at her sides. "You're going to regret this," she said finally, her voice shaking with rage. I met her gaze evenly. "No, I'm not." I left her standing there, stormed past her into the house, and headed straight to Grandpa's study. It was almost exactly how he had left it. Old leather chair, dusty bookshelves, the faint smell of pipe tobacco lingering in the air. I closed the door behind me and opened the old desk drawer. Inside was a thick manila envelope, right where Grandpa said it would be in his letter. Inside the envelope were 2 things: the deed to the house and a notarized letter dated months before he passed. "Daniel," it read, "if you're reading this, it means they've shown their true colors. I'm sorry you have to be the one to clean up the mess, but I know you're strong enough to do it. This house doesn't belong to people who treat others like tools or punching bags. It belongs to someone who understands what family is supposed to mean. Whatever you decide to do with it, sell it, tear it down, build something new, I'm proud of you. Always have been. Love, Grandpa. I sat there for a long moment, letting the words sink in. Outside, I could hear the muffled sounds of Emily yelling into her phone, probably rallying the troops for one last pathetic stand. I didn't care. When I finally stood up, I knew exactly what I was going to do. I called Mr. Hadley from the study phone. Proceed, I said simply. The next morning, the sheriff arrived right on schedule. I didn't go to the house. I didn't need to. Mr. Hadley handled everything. The paperwork, the locks, the official notice posted on the door. By noon, they were gone. Some left with bags hastily stuffed into cars. Others called in favors, crashed on couches, scraped together what dignity they could. Emily screamed at the sheriff, threatened lawsuits, cried in the driveway. None of it mattered. It was done. The house sat empty for 3 weeks after that. I drove by once or twice just to see it. It looked almost peaceful, stripped of the chaos and bitterness that had infected it for so long. Then the bulldozers arrived. The house came down in a single day, a cloud of dust rising into the clear blue sky like a final exorcism of everything toxic that had clung to it for years. In its place, the developer, working from Grandpa's old designs, built a community center, a place for kids to play, for families to gather, for people to connect the way families are supposed to. It was named after Grandpa, the James Whitmore Memorial Center. There's a plaque out front with his favorite quote, "Family isn't who shares your blood, it's who shares your heart." I stood there the day it opened, hands in my pockets, watching kids run across the new playground, parents laughing and talking nearby. No bitterness, no fake smiles, no knives hidden behind backs. Real family, the kind Grandpa would have been proud of. I never saw much of the old family after that. Emily moved 2 towns over, still blaming everyone but herself for her downfall. Mom eventually found a small apartment, quiet and lonely, though she tried reaching out a few times. I didn't hate her, but I didn't open the door either. Some wounds don't need salt poured in them, but they don't need reopening either. As for me, I bought a little house on the edge of town with a big porch and a swing set in the backyard. I'm married now. Got a little girl who's learning how to ride a bike. Some nights we sit on the porch and I tell her stories about a man named Grandpa James who built houses with his own 2 hands, who believed in kindness, who taught me that real family is earned, not inherited. She listens with big eyes, swinging her legs back and forth, asking 1,000 questions. And every time she laughs, a bright, unburdened laugh, I know Grandpa was right. Family isn't what you're born into, it's what you build, one choice at a time. And I built something better, something real, something that no amount of lies, jealousy, or cruelty could ever tear down. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.